Yeah. Good morning. My name is Eric Thompson, and I'm back in the Emergency Operations Center here in Penticton. This is the Regional Emergency Operations Center. And as I had mentioned previously, the plan today is to really focus on the 2 o'clock update and the 6 o'clock update. But that plan has changed because I've had a good sleep and I'm ready to come back and share some information with you. We're getting into a bit of an operational rhythm now. So we'll make sure that prior to these briefings that are somewhat impromptu, we'll share that on the RDOS website, the District of Summerland website, and our different communication channels so that you can get some advance notice. But you can share that with your friends right now. Graham Stad is here. He's very busy, but we've invited him to come on in for a quick update because today we're trying to roll out the plans for this staged reentry. And let's just get right to it. There was a map that was posted that was an early version of that. Now, as that started to change, we called it affectionately a blob, the area. That area has changed, and if I'm not mistaken, it's gotten a little bit bigger, the re-entry area. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm glad you're addressing the map thing. So, and I've been on your show before. Is this a show?
I think it is.
Okay.
It's actually an update. That's what we'll call it.
Okay, I've been on the update before, and I have said that all modeling is wrong. And what I mean by that is it's modeling.
It's not verified.
It's not verified. So what we're doing is we have a lot of draft things. We have a lot of things changing quickly. There's been lots of versions of things. Even the map that was posted has all kinds of TBD over it. And the numbers and things that were on there aren't even the right numbers. I think the key message that people need to know for today is that we're trying to do bigger, faster, bigger areas faster. And I'll talk more about that maybe in a minute. And maybe we should recap how yesterday went too.
Well, and while you're at it, we're addressing the fact that a map of an early version was posted at the ESS reception center, and someone then put it online, which is great because it's on Facebook. But people might say, well, why was it there? And it was there because people wanted a map right away. They wanted to see what areas were. And I think it's good to be transparent and give an idea of what the planning was at that stage. Yeah. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and the map is just a map of, it's been on our website forever. It's just a neighborhood map of Summerland. The map itself is just a map.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the plan then as far as timelines, or what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so like I said, we're trying to do bigger areas faster now. Things are changing quickly, and what we're thinking is sort of like those areas that have been furthest away from the fire and have had the least impacts. We're trying to lump together, coagulate those into pieces that we can move with greater speed. We're feeling better and better about our wastewater treatment facility and its ability to handle larger groups of people coming back quicker. And just looking at yesterday, what we saw with the soft launch opening, people's behaviors, how they went in, our ability to manage the questions and everything was what it did is it showed us, it validated what we thought, which is, we can do these kind of like staged reopenings. I'll just go ahead and say, since we're kind of like in front of this group that we've grown to trust and through this mechanism that we're using, I'm planning on rolling with a larger area than originally planned tomorrow.
Excellent. Sunday. So if you're watching this, that is August the 16th. And that is because people want to go home. They know that it's not going to be perfect, but they want to go home. They don't want to wait. And also you're confident that it's as though, if you said, it won't be perfect, but they can get in their home and they can manage that themselves.
That's right. And it's not going to be all of Summerland. We have damaged areas. We have areas that we still have down power lines. They're live. We have but for those areas that were furthest away from the fire and the least impact, we're bundling those together. And we're trying to do more faster. And, we know people want to get back to their homes, and we're going to try and accommodate that. That's the best place for them to be. It's been a long week. We all want that. And so we're going to try and make that happen.
One of the challenges with just opening up the whole District of Summerland, and then we're going to talk about Falder in a moment, but is that you mentioned the wastewater treatment facility. Too many people all at once, you could potentially have that going into the lake. Yeah. You don't want that. Yeah. So this works within that plan. You're confident?
This does, so we're not being irresponsible.
Okay.
We're just pleased with how quickly that's coming back online. The landfill is a going concern.
Yeah.
And I think we should talk more about the landfill today specifically and what that means for the community.
I want to just take a moment, Graham, to say that we've come on here impromptu because Graham had a moment to share this information that was literally in the planning stages. I do apologize for those of you who weren't here to hear that we were going to be here. But going forward, we've spoken with some communications professionals who've said, let's make sure that anytime we're going to go live, we put it on Facebook, put it on the website, and then people are alerted to it. And what we're talking about here will then be transcribed and put on those platforms as well. So there's no guessing, there's clarity. But I would encourage people to go back and listen to what we've said to hear it directly, because third or fourth hand may be challenging. You should try to verify the facts. The landfill, I saw a photo of fire. It doesn't look great. It's a big mound of, I guess that's peat that's on fire. Is that right?
No, it's what it is. It kind of looks like that actually, though. I see where you would think that, but what it is we also had a composting facility we had built near the landfill, and lots of wood chips go into that process.
Oh, it's wood chips. Okay.
And yard waste, from green bins and all that, and we produce sort of like those areas are the produced product, and they're held there in storage as we move them out. And so what you've got is basically composted material in large quantity that is on fire. It's very hard to put out. There is ways to put it out. We're on it, but it also has, engaged other areas of the landfill that could be producing things we don't like too much to breathe. So staff that are on site there right now dealing with that are using respirators and that sort of thing as we learn more. But it does look quite apocalyptic, and I think what we'll try to do is get some video on that of what we're dealing with, just so people can see what we're seeing.
And part of the process is to bring in professionals who can assess what concerns there might be about the air quality, and it's important for people to be aware of that and take their own precautions.
Yeah.
In the meantime.
Yeah, and obviously anybody who's concerned from compromised health position, or maybe small children, any worry at all, this is so far away from anything right now that we've opened. There's no concern there. But as we talk about the staged reentry of these areas, this landfill could slow some areas down until we learn more, and we're working closely with environmental professionals, including the Ministry of BC, responsible for understanding more about air quality.
Okay, I'm going to let you go because I know you've got some meetings to attend and plans to roll out, but let's recap. So the landfill, as you know, is on fire. Plans are underway to make sure that you're dealing with it and the air quality and letting people know that. But in the meantime, we're going to show people what that looks like, so they're aware of it for themselves.
I'd like to get all that up today, and I know you're working hard on that. And talk to one of our landfill professionals that's actually on site.
So Cam,
we'll get in a trailer, and so I think probably what people see later is that an active conversation on site in a trailer. So they might not be wearing a respirator in the trailer where it's safe, but and you might not be either. But leaving that trailer, we have to have respirators at this time. One
thing I think to expedite this is if I can get Cam to join us on the phone, I can put my phone here and talk to him, so I don't have to leave. And I don't want to go, put myself at risk if I don't have to. Not that we want anybody to be, but I think I'm more helpful here. And then what we can do is bring up the visuals to show people what it looks like, because we don't have the mobile camera unit just yet. We're working on that for maybe another time, but we're not there
this yet. This is a real time thing we're doing here.
Exactly.
So we just made a decision. There we go. That's what we're doing later.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. No, and I really appreciate your honesty. You're giving us real-time plans as they are unfolding. And, a lot of times the feedback is really, really important. So the last part before you head out is that larger area you mentioned. Can we talk about roughly where that's going to be? Likely on the east side of the highway, but what you don't want is a bunch of people to rush there. Once the timelines are available, they'll be shared on Sunday. Is that right?
Well, I can't even say it's the east side of the highway yet, but larger blob, for lack of a better term, that could encompass areas, beyond what you're currently thinking, and areas that are the what we call the least impacted, the furthest away from the fire. And now we are very more comfortable on the utilities and other things being ready. To get bigger faster is our focus right now.
And in the meantime, security is on place. It's through only on the highway, so no stopping, no going into those neighborhoods. RCMP have been patrolling. I've seen them many times.
And citizens on patrol.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Graham, we'll end it there, and then I'll catch up with you later on.
Yeah. So just to recap, keep an eye out for tomorrow for another large chunk of the community being reloaded and re-entered. We just can't give specifics yet because that's happening real time, but another large chunk coming in tomorrow.
And areas where there is damage to homes or it's not safe to be in there because of infrastructure, that information will be relayed as well as quickly as we can. And I should also mention, you talked about how long the power's been out. You're assessing that information, and we'll share it.
Oh, I've got that right now. Would you like to know?
Yes, I would.
Okay, hot off the press. One moment, please.
So this is Graham Stat. He is with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen's Regional Emergency Operations Center, one of the directors, but also the CAO of the District of Summerland.
So for Trout Creek that we put in yesterday, that we re-entered yesterday, the area yesterday that we put in, the outage of power for that entire area was 15 hours and 23 minutes.
How do you know that?
Because our electric utility has knowledge of all of those systems.
And we'll make sure we share that information through our different channels.
I would really like to, getting a lot of questions about this, 15 hours and 23 minutes. So that's awareness for the community there. There's information in the reentry materials, how long a freezer and fridge and things should, before you throw things out. Look at your reentry materials. That's not the same number for an outage that we're going to see everywhere, but for Trout Creek, that's what it is. And for the larger chunk,
it could be 2 or 3 different
tomorrow,
times.
There could be 2 or 3 different, like these 2 or 3 different times. And the reason why that is because different areas experience different things as the system shut down in the fire.
And now that we have these reentry guides for each individual area, we can make sure that that information is included in those new reentry plans going forward.
That's the hope. Yeah.
Graham, this is excellent information.
Good work.
We like the information. Thank you so much.
Folks.
So I just want to let you know right now in my office, I have 2 people here who are communications professionals, and they have come to see what we're doing and to provide some support. And already we've received some really great feedback. We've been going flat out, and sometimes, we don't pre-announce that we're going to be doing one of these conversations because it's always been sort of an ongoing all day long. But we've changed that now to focus on the big 2 o'clock update and the 6 o'clock update. But having said that, I really would like to be here at the top of each hour. So almost like a radio newscast or what you might see on TV, at least 5 minutes, but the top of the hour. And if I'm not able to be here, I'll ask my colleague Tracy, and that's today. We're just going to work through today, but each day going forward, we can commit to focusing definitely on the 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock. But plans are moving quickly. We want to make sure that people have all the information that they need. And Graham has been really, really good about just coming in here and telling us what he knows. We can verify that information through him, and now we relay it out. You heard it here first. We're going to make sure this information gets to the information section and then gets added to the new information releases. In some cases, it could just be a Facebook post or a website post. It might not be part of a larger information release. Now, a lot of what we're talking about is going to focus on the District of Summerland. So when we do that, it's because that plan is rolling out right now. It's more emergent, but we will not leave anybody else behind. While we're talking about this, plans are already being worked on and have been for quite some time on the Falder Meadow Valley area. So there, for people in Garnet Valley, Falder, some of you are in Summerland, some of you are in electoral area F. So those plans that are concurrent will be also worked on. Many of you have already spoken with the RDOS if you live in the Falder area, and now that's part of it. So it's not one or the other, it's all at the same time. We've got the District of Summerland, we've got the RDOS working on these things, and luckily we've got a lot of partners and support. The City of Penticton has been phenomenal at stepping in to help out, along with other municipalities that are offering support in other regional districts. You've met a couple times Tracy Hughes, who's joining us from the Columbia Shuswap Regional District. She brings with her a great deal of knowledge on dealing with fast-moving wildfires and then the recovery. And that's for some people, we're moving into recovery. For others, we're still in the response phase, just trying to get people into their homes. You're going to want to know about damage to your house, and that is sensitive because there's a lot that goes with it. But I can tell you that we've heard you, and I know that the elected officials have heard you and have spoken directly with you, and they have shared that information directly with this team to say, let's expedite the process. And that's why those plans are in place. So if we're focusing on one area, it doesn't mean it's at the expense of another. They're concurrent. I'm going to wrap up right now so that we can get on and get prepared for our 11. One thing I want to mention is that we here in the Emergency Operations Center continually monitor what else is happening in the province, but specifically in this area. And when we talk about wildfire danger, we know that those red dots can show up anytime on the BC Wildfire Service website. We're monitoring those, and we do always have to be prepared that another situation happens. Plans are in place, lots of professionals who can then enact another plan, and that's what you do. So nobody, I don't want you to be stressed or worried if there's information coming. We're not trying to upset you. If we provide you with the information we have, the feedback I've gotten is that it can help you feel less stressed. We've got the latest information we have. We can share the plans that we've rolled out to manage it. And BC Wildfire, same thing. Tell us where the fire is going, what they're doing to manage it. And then for me, it makes me feel a lot more comfortable when I have that information. And if the information isn't great as far as, oh, well, that doesn't sound good for that neighborhood or whatever, if the fire is moving somewhere, well, you'd probably rather know it than not know it. And then you know what to do to prepare. Because at the end of the day, what we just want to do is keep people safe. That's really what we're trying to do here. I'm going to bring up a little tab that we have just to let people know that we're going to continue with our live stream. And I'm going to bring that up right now. Push a button here. So what I'll do is I'll turn the microphone off, take a short break. You'll see the little window. And then when I come back at 11 o'clock, I'll reset all the information we've just shared with you for those who are just joining us. And we can get that out right away. This is going to be another interesting day. I thought it was going to be quiet. I was just going to kick back, but I had a great sleep. I've hydrated and continuing to hydrate. Had a chance to talk to a lot of people. And it's amazing how much you get information when you actually talk to people who live in those areas. And sometimes when I'm stuck at this computer, I'm hearing back and forth. But by calling a couple of the friends I did, in particular, my friend John, who lives in Falder, and I've mentioned him a couple times, I get feedback on what he needs. And different information sections and communications work in different ways. But one thing you'll always find with communications professionals that they understand is that when you're coming up with engagement plans, and that's what we call it, but engagement basically means we want to engage, you want to share information and get your feedback. When you're doing that, what you have to do is actually talk to people on the field who live there and are directly affected. It makes a huge difference. You don't plan for somebody, but don't talk to them. You don't want to assume what you want. And that has been really, really helpful because it keeps you on the straight and narrow, so to speak. I've said a lot. I'm going to take a break, but I'm just trying to bring this page up so it'll have our little graphic. And then I can make a few phone calls, grab a coffee, and kind of relax. Getting kind of, I do appreciate all your feedback, though, because it's been really helpful. And I mean, when I say feedback, your worked and didn't work, it really helps us direct communications strategy, strategize, and that kind of thing. So I'm going to take a short pause, and I'll be back in just a few moments at 11 o'clock. Thank you. And then remember those two updates at 2 and 6. 2 is BC Wildfire. 6 is our main update for the day. What are the operational plans going forward? We'll have that for you shortly. Thank you. Hello there. No more coffee. No, I'm going to drink coffee. I'm going to do a quick audio test because I like to make sure this mic is off, because if it isn't, there's a lot of noise in this area and I leave my door open. Well, I don't actually. Sometimes I do, but I just want to make sure that it's muted because that really helps me. So if you can let me know if it's muted. It's 11:14, and I said I'd be back at 11, but I said also I had to make some phone calls, and I'm working on some stuff, and I'm excited about that. So one of the things we're going to do is work on getting some video and or photos up you what the landfill looks like right now. You've heard there's a fire there. I think it's important that you get a chance to visually see it for yourself, because that gives you an idea. We keep talking about the landfill. Like I've heard from Graham until I saw the photo just a short time ago. I've heard the landfill's on fire, and that to me has a different connotation. So it's important, I think, that we share that with you. So we're going to work on that. Now, what I did hear as well, what we've confirmed is that the landfill buildings are okay. So that's the main scale. And then, of course, where you do your recycling. So that's important to know. Earlier, we talked a little bit about, oh, by the way, my name is Eric, and I'm with the Emergency Operations Center, the Regional Emergency Operations Center. So we're working on behalf of the region, the entire region, including Falder Meadow Valley. Those of you living in that area, I want to talk directly to you for just a moment. I have spoken with one of your neighbors, a good friend of mine. For privacy reasons, I shouldn't be talking about who that is, but I will one day, hopefully, or sooner than later, get him on the air here and talk to him. But getting that, having that conversation with someone who lives in your area, and I know many people who live in your area, not tons, but lots, enough. It doesn't matter. One is important if you've lost a home. I get where you're coming from when it comes to how can I go see my property, whether it's damaged or not, and you need information, and all of that is being worked on right now. So as soon as those plans are available, I'm not in there working on it, so I can't talk about that, but it's being worked on, and I've asked to expedite the process of making sure that people know what the plan is and how you get information. If you live in an area like Trout Creek that's already, the evacuation order is downgraded, you've got the re-entry kit. There will be re-entry kits established for each of the areas. The time that Summerland's power for Trout Creek was out was not available and not put in that booklet, but we'll make sure we update that information for those residents. But I can tell you right now, based on what Graham said, the area of Trout Creek east of Highway 97 that has now been downgraded from an order to alert, power was out for 15 hours and 23 minutes. Going forward, when the next area is released, when the order is downgraded, that information of how long your power was out, and it could be different from one area to the other, from one neighborhood to the next, that information will be included as well. People are asking about updates. Absolutely. What I've committed to doing going forward, we did something different here that I don't believe has been done in that way in local government during an emergency, and that was out of necessity. We turned on this live stream and started talking, started sharing information, and it was out of an abundance of caution, but also to make sure people were safe. And then we quickly moved into, well, let's get information out because people want to know what it means. And now we're looking at people going home, and there's so much information, and sometimes it's unverified. You might hear about it on Facebook from another source. We can give you that information. If you ask if it's verified, if it's correct, we'll do our best to tell you yes or no. But what we are committing to is updates at 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock daily for the next few days at least. But absolutely, that's helpful for people because they know that's when that'll happen. Throughout the day today, on the fly, I've decided I'm just going to be here to do what we're doing now, and I'll focus on the top of the hour for updates, just a quick reset like this. So we did one at 11:14 because literally I'm in the middle of working with our team. Lots of people are getting information. We're trying to make sure that we're putting it out in the best possible way. And we have a couple folks here I was just talking to, our communications professionals, who have really helped us with that capacity of, we're saying things here, you probably didn't know we were going to be on, and they're going to make sure that information is translated in whatever's on the website and on social media to say there will be updates on the hour wherever possible, but we'll commit to definitely that 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock. And then any new information that Graham shares with us or any of the other guests on here, we'll make sure that information is shared through the website as well, because not everybody's watching this, and we don't want you to miss things. I think it's really important you get information directly. I was going to say quickly, so I mentioned before I'm into long distance ultra marathons. I don't do a lot of it. I don't even do a lot of running because right now I can't because it's smoky. I don't actually really like running a lot, but I do it to stay healthy. And by picking a couple of challenges each year, I find it quite interesting, the Diaz Vista. But today, I thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to grab, because I actually got a clean shirt, which I'm pretty excited about. but I grabbed my trail running shoes that I just ran the Caslo Wild Ultra with. And I thought, for me, doing this right now, because we're in the ultra marathon, we're in that, it's not about speed, it's about the long haul. We're in this for the long haul, but today we're in the flat section where we're going to move fast. So hold on a second. Great runners, I don't mind them though, but I brought, this is right off the trail in Caslo. I haven't worn them since then, but I thought that's where we're at today as an emergency operations center. We're going to move fast. We're going to be nimble. We're going to be safe. And we're going to get to the finish line together. I think Mr. Rogers said that same thing. Okay, here we go. I think I just got to stay focused on what you need. The chat has been helpful. So I'm going to review one more time, take a break, back at 11:30 if I can. But again, we're going to focus on the top of the hour more often. So the plans are in place right now to try and get information out to you about the re-entry phase 2. Graham has told us, Graham is the EOC director, that phase 2 was considered to be a certain size based on the available information when that plan first came out. Some of you may have seen a map that was posted at the reception center. Well, that he's calling it a blob affectionately. It's an area like that. He's asked for it to be bigger and move in faster. And he's committing to starting phase 2, and those areas have not been confirmed. So, and I appreciate what we're doing here is giving you as much information as possible without giving you misinformation. So if you're looking at the map and you might say, well, what about this? And why don't you just tell us? I'm going to be honest with you. What happens is if people think they're going to go home and it's probably this and it's not till tomorrow, and boom, you got a bunch of people waiting on the highway, that's not safe. I have heard in Trout Creek, because as you know, the town was empty, the district of Summerland, and I want to remind people in Falder, Meadow Valley, electoral area F, when we talk about Summerland, we've got 12,000 people. We're not forgetting about Falder, all and that area. Plans are concurrent and they're working together to make these things happen. But for the 12,000 people in Summerland, I'm talking to you for a moment, the folks who were in the area that was downgraded from an order to alert, I'm hearing 3 to 4 bears in the area, just kind of hanging out, which I don't think is the worst thing in the world. Okay, thank you. Got a coordination call, got to go do that. But anyway, what I'm just saying, the reason I'm telling you that is if when your area opens up, I'm thinking now that Trout Creek is open, the bears are kind of hanging around. They might get a little tired of all those people and they might move into your neighborhood. So just be aware of that. And I think that's a good reason why when you do get to your property, that's one of the considerations, you know, if you did have a garbage bin outside or anything like that, just be aware of that. I can tell you that the waste collection truck has already been through Trout Creek. And we had heard yesterday from Deputy Mayor Traynor and Mayor Holmes from Summerland that those trucks would be in the area for garbage pickup on Saturday, which is today, August 15th. By the way, I hope, maybe I shouldn't give that information away. It's somebody on TV's birthday, but she might not want people to know, so I won't say anything. Anyway, pickup today and Tuesday. So for those of you in Trout Creek, if you're just getting into your property and you happen to be watching this, although you might not be watching because you're just done with it and you want to just be home, refer to your re-entry kit and know that Tuesday there will be garbage pickup again as well. All right, potential for phase 2 to start today. I don't believe so, but I can't confirm that. When we have Graham Stat available again, I'll bring him in here definitely at 6 o'clock. But when I check in with him, I'll ask if there's any chance. I wouldn't count on it because the way these plans work, there are a lot of partners involved. And I'll remind you if I can before I wrap up for just a moment. Trout Creek and the re-entry worked out well. That's the information we're getting. It was orderly. People were respectful. People who didn't live in the area stayed out of that area, and it worked well. We also learned, and I saw this firsthand, Trout Creek Elementary School was set up as a staging area where if you wanted to, you could go. You didn't have to register, you just go home. But it was set up as a staging area. This bucket behind me was made available by the Salvation Army, and later on I'll open it up, but it's going to be kind of noisy, so I'm going to do that later. And it's just a re-entry kit in case, for whatever reason, you needed to do some cleaning. For example, patios might be really dirty with all this ash that's coming down. There's a mop in there that you can put on a handle and some other stuff. That's at least the ones I've seen before have, but we'll find out. It'll be like one of those Amazon packages. It comes to the door and you open it up and find out what's in it. So we'll do that shortly, but that's what those are for. And they had those at that location in Trout Creek as well. And for those people that don't want them, whatever's available will be moved to the next location as supplies last. So those are some of the considerations. Orderly, take your time, don't speed if you're traveling through the highway. I was on the highway today, and as it opened, and I was looking at how people were driving, and the speed limit in some areas is 100, but ideally people are slowing down because there could be a lot of traffic, and especially now with Trail Creek open, people could be pulling off the highway or trying to get on the highway. Now is a really good time to ensure that that highway stays open between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. to drive in an orderly fashion. I would appreciate that. I was doing what my wife calls grandpa driving because I was just kind of going slow and methodical. When you go to the reception center, if you go there, and I can tell you now that the reception center in any emergency turns into, and it won't necessarily be that location, but what you start to establish is called a resiliency center. You still need services as you're going back to your home and help. So eventually we'll be talking about when a reception center transitions, likely at a different location. I don't have that information available. I'm just giving you an idea of what will happen, that a reception center processes then reestablish as a resiliency center. But this was at the reception center. I had a chance to go there the other night at about 10 o'clock, and I looked around at all the material that was there. And this book jumped out at me because I have a copy of it, but I wanted to get this one. It's the Little Book of Resources. A lot of really helpful information. Now, this is for the Penticton area, but certainly whatever community you're in, some of the links in here could be quite helpful for you. It also had a coloring book, which I thought was really nice. And also yesterday, I shared with you some great photo or coloring drawings that we got. Your reentry kit includes this, which is a little guide to what to do when you are at your home after an evacuation order. And of course, as we move through this process, we'll be dealing with people whose homes are damaged or destroyed. It gets more complicated, but remember, there are supports available for you if you need someone to talk to. And I can appreciate that can be just a whole different story, but nobody's forgotten about you. And I know we're hearing about you here too. Trail Creek East, that's the reentry guide. This is the black and white version, save on the ink. What to do with food safety, refrigerated food, frozen food, canned food, solid waste, refrigerator, freezer, temporary garbage collection. So Saturday, August 15th, that's today. Bags should be out, whatever you have, out by 7 a.m. I don't know if the Bears got the update on that one. Tuesday, August 18th, another pickup for curbside. So there you go. I'm going to step away for a few moments and come back at 12 o'clock because I've got an important call that I have to participate in. It's one of these planning calls. If for some reason it's running late and I'm a little after 12, I do apologize, but my goal nobody wants to sit in a meeting for more than a half an hour, right? I think you'll probably agree. So I'll endeavor to not be in that meeting until 12 o'clock, but then I'll come back at 12 o'clock and we'll have a quick reset. I wasn't planning to come in today, but I'm glad I'm back and I'm glad you're here. We'll talk soon. Somebody asked, can I move the clock? So yesterday, we're all done. It's 7 o'clock. And I lean back here. I'm talking to some people at my desk, and I lean against the clock. And it falls and smashes on the floor, and the battery falls out. And I just thought, that is a fitting way, along with the children's painting or drawings I showed you, that is just a fitting way to end a 7-day marathon. Is just the clock falls on the floor and smashes. I don't know why I find that funny. I just thought it's just so fitting because, we're by the clock and trying to stay here all the time and we're all worried about what's going on. But anyway, I'm going to save this clock. It'll be a little memento. But I can't take it because it's the government property. So I'll take a picture of it. Anyway, I'll put that here. Now, if I laugh once in a while and share a moment, I hope you're okay. I'm never meaning to make light of anybody's situation, but I think it's important to take a moment to be light. So with all due respect, there's the clock. You can all see that. I think you can. Got to make sure it hasn't lost time since I smashed it off the floor. It looks like it's a little slow. Oh, the poor clock. And it's such a nice clock. It's very utilitarian. 11:29. You'll see. Okay, I'm ready to work. I think that's okay. We'll see if it keeps time. If it doesn't keep time, we'll get another one. Back at 12. 4 o'clock. Okay. You're doing an excellent job. Would you please be sure to share when those who left? Okay, smoke risks. Quickly, we're the regional district or district of Summerland. We're not the. It's not. We don't have the data or the authority to be talking about the air quality. But what I can tell you is that I keep getting those notifications on my phone talking about the air quality and the air warning. And I haven't seen the latest one, but I know for a while it was at orange. And when I looked outside earlier, it wasn't very pleasant. So you can find resources on air, and I will take a note of that. I do appreciate it. But just look around right now and see what you can find out there. Some of the information that's on the website, but you're looking probably for the province. But remember, you do need to take caution. When we have this level of pollution in the air, of the smoke, it's not good to do heavy exercise outside. If you have an immune issue or anything like that, you really want to take care. Being indoors when it's that smoky outside is really advisable. But any specifics we can find, I'll definitely let you know. But you can take a look at some of the resources online. I'll be right back at 12. Good afternoon. It is just after 12 o'clock, almost 12:10. My name is Eric Thompson, and I'm at the Regional Emergency Operations Center here in Penticton, the traditional territory of the Syilx Okanagan people in the Okanagan Nation. And it is a real pleasure to be back with you again to provide some calm and reassuring words, I hope, with the information available at hand. And so I will start with a welcome back. We don't have a lot of people watching right now, but what I will do is share the information that I have available. The information I have available will also be on the websites. So you'll find the RDOS website with a lot of links for the Regional Emergency Operations Center and some of the key issues that you are dealing with, which is reentry and also those temporary access passes for those who need them. If you're watching and you're in the folder area or you live in the folder area, when I say folder area, I'm talking about electoral area F. I know a lot of where this fire caused some real concerns and some damage. There's people in that region, in Garnet Valley and other areas. And I want you to know that as we go through this process of recovery, we're still in response in some areas because the fire is still active in some outskirts. But as we go through this, we're going to be talking about certain areas, and I want you to know that we're not forgetting about your areas, and that the plans are pretty diverse because of the different concerns and implications in each area. A lot of the focus for the next little while will be on getting people back into their homes as quickly as possible in the largest area possible. And the process of letting people know what that looks like is evolving in the sense that what you don't want to have happen is that all of a sudden you've got thousands of people going into an area, and then it could overwhelm some of the services, including wastewater, which could then, as we've heard from Graham Stack, cause some real problems with overflow. So that's what we'll do today, is provide information, be consistent. I've committed today to providing a 2 o'clock update and a 6 o'clock update, as we've been doing all through this emergency to date. And we'll continue for the foreseeable future, but through today, since I'm here and I plan to be here for the next several days, we will, when we can, go back on the air on YouTube and talk to you at the top of the hour, if it's possible. I do have a job here as an information officer that it requires me to be involved in meetings and conversations, and I'm talking with the media, but it's a priority, and this has been made a priority by the EOC directors. And that's just two of the people who look at it as a priority way of sharing information. And that's Deborah Jones Middleton, who gave me the go-ahead to start live streaming on Friday when this fire broke out, the Bald Range wildfire. And then also Graham Stack, who's also the CAO of Summerland. They supported this decision. They continue to support it because it's a way of getting real-time information out. But what we don't want to do is have information here not be made available to others in different ways. And that includes the non-digital format. So for those of you who are at a reception center, the ESS reception center, Emergency Support Services, which a reception center, not necessarily at the same location. And I don't know what the plan is because we're still workshopping it and I'm in here a lot, but it becomes a recovery center, a resiliency center. Resiliency to provide written material and information and links. So when we have written material like actual paper, and when we have QR codes for those of you who are digital, that information will also be made available in person. So the re-entry kits will be made available to people when they go into their homes, into their communities. Those areas that are that have an evacuation order that's been downgraded to an alert. So the information will be made available online, but there will be people greeting you when you likely drive, depending on where you go into your neighborhood, with information. And I just found these items here at our front desk. I'm not sure where they're destined for, but after a disaster, and this is 6 tips for coping with stress. I think I'm going to read that a little later on. I think it's just good, helpful reminders. And then this one is mindfulness tips for reducing stress and anxiety. Do you feel anxious or stressed? You are not alone. Practicing mindfulness tips can help. Maybe a little later on, we'll read that once we get some information. Again, my name is Eric Thompson, and I have been here in the Emergency Operations Center since Friday when this fire broke out, sharing as much information as I can. There have been a few highlights for me along the way, in amongst some very difficult conversations and situations, including situations I've become aware of friends who are in areas where they have lost property. And that always adds a layer of complexity to it. And with that, I wanted to share with you that I found this newspaper today, and I thought, oh, I didn't find it, but I just thought to myself, I get the Globe and Mail usually on the weekends, and usually don't read it because I'm too busy doing something else, spending time with children, but I flip through it. I always check the front page, see what's on the cover. And then I realized that we've all entered into the story that we don't want to be part of, but we have a community that's strong and we're going to work through it together. So there you go. The headline we don't want to be part of, but we are, and we're going to make the most of what we can do to help each other. And it is send everything inside the life and death battle against BC's Bald Range wildfire. Dun, dun, dun. That's pretty heavy. Globe and Mail, good journalism, good reporting. Haven't checked it out. But anyway, there it is on the newspaper. There's been a lot of news coverage of this event. I've spoken to a lot of media, and along the way, they've been really interested in how we're getting information out to people and why we've chosen to live stream. But more importantly, it's about people. How are people getting information? How are people managing this situation? And I know from hearing I listened to CBC Radio this morning, North by Northwest, and I heard from a couple of our community members, Lisa Jagger and Christine Coletta, and they were talking about Summerland Strong and what we can do to collectively help each other and work together. And kudos to them and the groups they're working with, including Rotary, for putting all that together. And they're also really focused on businesses, all different businesses, small businesses, larger businesses, farming operations, everyone who in this area will need your support. Mayor Doug Holmes was talking about it as well. It's a time now when you can to support local businesses. And when we talk about Summerland, we are talking, I am anyway, about the bigger area. Summerland is the big community with 12,000 people. It's a beautiful community. A lot of us, it's central for us, even if you don't live right in Summerland, if you live in electoral area F, or maybe even in Peachland or some of the surrounding areas. Likely you know people in Summerland. You've probably been there, visited some of the businesses, and probably brought some friends and family here for one of the wineries, breweries, cideries. There's distilleries in this region. And it is a great place to call home. The Okanagan region is very special. And when our neighbors are hurting, it's important that we step up to help them in any way we can. And that could be whatever you have to offer, which is if it's just kind words, that's great. We have a chat. And I think it's really, really interesting that that chat has remained consistent with a few exceptions. And that happens. I understand people are upset. And they're used to going on social media and just saying whatever they want and sometimes not being very nice. And then they go away or they get muted through the moderator. But for the most part, people have been great here in just asking questions, sharing their thoughts, being positive. You know, it's not milk toast. We don't need you to be all wonderful and happy, but we need to use this platform as an information source. I can only imagine if you're at home. I've talked to people who are outside the area and they've had this stream on in case there's new information. They just want to know what's going on. I'm sure lots of people will be happy when this is no longer here and they don't need it. But in the short term, we're at, I think it's day 8. Lost track. It's Saturday, so it must be day 8. But anyway, we'll be here as long as we need to be. So I want to take a moment then to just quickly reset what the operational period that we're currently in, because you're really in the Emergency Operations Center. And I think that's what makes this emergency different, is that my office, which moved recently, happens to be adjacent to the Emergency Operations Center, and I'm working in the information section. So I'm at my desk doing that work. I would normally be spending a bit more time out in the pod there, but I've got a camera at my desk, and we have visitors, which I think is amazing because visitors and stories really add to it. And one of the visitors, as you may recall or may have heard, was the Premier of British Columbia. We also had Minister Green here from Emergency Management and Climate Resiliency. I should write that down. EMCR. I know we work in acronyms here in the EOC, but anyway, Minister Green was here along with MLA Boltby. And for me, it was a real honor to know that we had provincial representatives come into the Emergency Operations Center, go to the reception center, and talk to people and talk to staff and talk to volunteers to get firsthand knowledge. So if they did nothing else for you by being here, for those people, they were able to, the people who met with them were able to share information. That includes local elected officials and senior staff, volunteers and others, to be able to say, this is what we're dealing with in this region, and this is how we need your help. This is what you need to know about. And I think that on the ground knowledge, it's not always going to be perfect. It doesn't mean a bunch of grants will be available. I don't know what it means. It's not my domain, not my area of expertise, but it doesn't hurt. because then when people are making decisions, those decisions are informed by somebody who looked at them in the eye and said, this is what we're dealing with. This is what we need. But part of that for me too was that it was really, really nice that they bothered to come in here. I shouldn't say bothered, but they were invited. I said, I knew they were going to be here. I said, we got the live stream going on. Doors open if they want to come in. And they came in and addressed the audience, answered a few questions, and then talked to the staff here about what was going on and what they were managing and how they were doing that. So I really thought that was helpful. I'm just going to check, see what kind of emails I'm getting. Okay. Yeah, so we're working on the staged reentry. You heard from Graham earlier. Graham Stat is the EOC director. He talked honestly about what that plan looks like. And the plan, he called it a blob. There was a map that was posted, I'm not sure, I think the last couple of days at the ESS Reception Center, and somebody put it on Facebook and said, hey, there's the map. It was an early operational plan where you start to look at zones in areas, and you have to, for any plans, you have zones regardless of whether there's a number associated or not. But he's now calling some of those a blob, because what you do is you kind of want to expand and get tracked based on a number of factors. But one of them we know is power. How long was power out? You're going to need to know that. So there's a re-entry guide, and that re-entry guide right here will be made available at each stage of the re-entry. This is for Trout Creek East, and this guide will improve with each area when we get feedback from people where they might say, I didn't see this information in there. And I don't know if that's happened, but I do know that the time associated with the power outage is that data has been compiled through the power system, for Summerland. Again, when I'm talking about Summerland, I'm talking right now for the moment about the immediate plans for the staged reentry, and that's going to be Summerland, the next area. And so for those of you in Trout Creek, the small area, I think it's about approximately 400 different homes or properties, the power was out for 15 hours and 23 minutes, approximately. That's what I understand. When you get into your house, if you're there already, and you see the clock on the wall, or whatever powered clock you have, like on your stove, you'll see what time it's at, and that'll give you, if you do some math, it should be pretty accurate, I hope. But anyway, that'll be important for people, and this reentry guide talks about what that means. If your power's out for more than a certain number of hours, that could impact the food that you have available. There's a lot of other issues right now that people need to keep in mind, and that's why the reentry guides are good, because you can probably find it in there. There's a good chance. If you can't find it, it's a really important question for you. We do have the phone number. That phone number is 250-490-4225. Someone's asking if anyone gets to go home today. I don't believe so, because when I talked to Graham, the challenge with these, and I'm not making excuses, but I'm telling you what I know from what I've talked to Graham about. But the staged reentry is set up in a way that what he's trying to do is get more people home sooner. And in doing that, you have to follow the plan, because if too many people are going home too soon, it can overwhelm the sewage treatment plant. And if that happens, there's going to be an overflow, and that's not good. So they really do have to look at that. But then there's other issues, because it's not just power, but it's other services. So for Trout Creek, and it will likely be similar for any new neighborhood that that is going from an evacuation order to an alert, there will be garbage pickup. It was today, is today for Trout Creek, and then again on Tuesday. So that's the kind of information, again, that you'll get in here. So I can't speak to today, but when we have Graham back here, he might come in as a surprise guest when he has a moment, but he has committed to being back at 6 o'clock, and we're hoping we can get Deborah Jones Middleton back as well at 2 o'clock. BC Wildfire Service will be here. We'll have Aaron, and Aaron Catherall provides an excellent update on what the fire is doing, what some areas of concern are, and usually she's talking about weather and wind and that kind of thing. And you've probably heard that when the smoke lifts and you have clear skies, that means you can get more air assets out there. Air assets are everything from the big airplanes to helicopters, and they're out there now, but lifting of the smoke really helps. And she also mentioned that, when there's less smoke and more sun, it can energize areas of the fire. So a lot of interesting technical details, but more practical information about what's the fire doing right now. And remember, BC Wildfire is the lead agency on the wildfire. So for details, specifics, go to the website, bcwildfire.ca. Someone said their parents in England are watching. well, that's great. I was really pulling for England and a couple of other teams in the World Cup. I was really hoping that um, uh, so much excitement in the World Cup, but England was just did so well and represented that area so beautifully. And um, Jude, the dude, did so well. Okay, but anyway, thanks. So if you're watching now, hello and welcome. Come by sometime. We hope this fire is going to be done before long. And I know there's a couple of wineries, cideries, breweries, distilleries who want to talk to you and they want to see you and some great accommodations. I mentioned earlier that we heard from Christine Coletta and Lisa Jagger, who are friends of mine, but also community leaders. And through Summerland Strong, they're making the pitch to people from inside this area right now who live here and are staying in Penticton and other areas, and then visitors who are going to come back and see us soon to buy Summerland. Many of us know local companies and businesses that will need your support now and in the future. So consider Summerland. And when I say Summerland, we're thinking of people in this region too. We don't want to forget about Penticton and electoral area F and I and all the areas around here. Lots of little businesses and large businesses that will need your support. And right now, we are in some areas in the recovery stage, in other areas still very much in response. And we're doing at the Emergency Operations Center and everyone else who's working on behalf of people to help get them back into their homes or back into some sort of normalcy, something, whatever you need. Lots of people are working to make that happen. If we can do anything here with this live stream and through the other information we're putting out online and written form, because not everybody wants to be online, and lots of people are not watching online, but they need that information. So it's up to our communications team, the EOC information section, and the partners like Summerland and Penticton and the media to try and get that information out the best we can to make sure it's accurate and timely. And if that means reading the newspaper, that's one way. But if you have access to online and you're joining us for these briefings, the real-time updates, I hope, have been helpful for you. All right, I think I'm going to pause there because I feel like I've reset a lot of different things. There's so much to talk about. There's so much information, but I'll leave you with the website. It's rdos.bc.ca. And, I'm looking at that little slide there, and I see a blank space that I need to fix. And it's on the left side where it should say summerland.ca. You might agree with that. So I'll work on that because I think it's important that people know that if you live in Summerland, you can go to either the RDOS website, which has all that information from the Regional Emergency Operations Center, but also links to Summerland. If you go to the Summerland website, you'll get similar links and information. So I'm going to pause there and come back and do a reset by 1 o'clock. By pausing now, it gives me a chance to do some of the work I need to do to make sure that we can get more information to you in many different ways, including some video and photographs. So I'll pause and I'll see you back here at 1. Remember, 2 o'clock for BC Wildfire Service, 6 o'clock for our main update from the EOC. And I hope you are having a great day and you're getting some rest and you're enjoying time with your family. Talk soon. All right, I'm back. My name is Eric, and I was going to come back at 1, but I didn't because I'm a bad friend. No. What we committed to today, just for those of you who are watching, and I see a lot of you who've fallen off because you're probably thinking, I don't want to look at a dark screen that has no camera on it. We committed to the updates at 2 and 6, and when I can at the top of the hour, come back in here and provide information for you. But as I'm saying that, I'm also trying to make sure that I'm workshopping and confirming what it is that we're doing today. So what I'm working on right now, just so you know, is I'm working on getting our team to prepare some slides that would have information on it. So instead of looking at that slide only, a bit more information on it. So that information would include key links and email addresses and that kind of thing, or website addresses, I should say. Sorry. So when our live stream is not operational, when it's just on hold, you'll be able to get some useful information and links. And then also what I'm working on doing right now is getting some images from the landfill. So the landfill, as you've heard in Summerland, is on fire. And what does that look like? Because we've said a few times, the landfill is on fire. And every time I hear that, I think the landfill's on fire. I think of a building. It's not a building. It's a big pile of wood chips, I believe is what Graham said. Yeah, wood chips. But what does it look like and why should you know about that? Well, the reason you should know about it is that because that landfill is on fire, there's of course smoke and that kind of thing coming out of it. Just like with any fire, like the wildfire we're dealing with now and all that smoke that's out there, it's important to know that any kind of smoke is not good for you. So if you're smelling it or you're around it, just like with a wildfire, it's important to take precautions just like you would with even a house fire or any kind of fire. Masks and avoiding that area, that kind of thing. But also with that landfill here in the district of Summerland being on fire, that means it's going to impact garbage going to that site, and that means that it may have to go to, for example, Campbell Mountain landfill. I've just had a chance to talk to the team, and they brought up a very good point. If you're watching this feed, and I'm saying something like the landfill's on fire, and what does that mean? You might want to go to our website or the Districts of Summerland website and find out more. But in fact, I've just broken the news here without the time to focus on getting that information and researching a bit more about more details. So that's the conversation we were just having. And I've got to say to you, if you've been watching this feed, what we're doing is workshopping in real time during an emergency. And some might not agree with that, but I think we've managed so far to keep it together. We're workshopping in real time what information from an evolving situation, an emergency that started as an emergency, is still an active wildfire and there's response, and is now into recovery from some areas. Workshopping how that information is relayed and how we can relay it in a way that is responsible, but that is also transparent. The word transparent bugs me because it sounds like a communications term. Transparent simply means let's be honest about what we can say because what's verified, and what we can't say because it's not verified. And that's it. So when someone says, when is the next area going in? When will the evacuation order be downgraded in the next area in Summerland or anywhere else? When is that? Not verified. I can't say. We're hearing that there are rumors. I don't know where they're coming from. We hear from the call center and social media. There's information about which area. That information has not been distributed by the Regional Emergency Operations Center and has not been confirmed. So any rumors or anything you're hearing, you have to temper that with what has the regional district said? What's online? Has that information been shared? Has it been sent through Voyant Alert? If the answer is no, then you'll have to wait until that information is verified. And the moment it's verified, this is the great thing about this live stream. It's a social contract to say, we'll give you the information as soon as we have it. Please understand that we haven't then had a chance to necessarily provide some more detail on the website and other areas and even in printed material, but we'll certainly work toward that. I think that's a good arrangement. We're hearing, we've got a question here. Will there be an update from the RCMP? I haven't had a chance to speak directly with the RCMP on whether they would like to join us here. I don't know that they will, but I do know that we will certainly have BC Wildfire Service here, and it will be at 2 o'clock, and that will be Aaron Catherall. But if there's something in particular you're looking for from the RCMP, I'd be curious to know what that is. And you would like the best source, of course, any information from the RCMP would come directly from the RCMP. I certainly would not speak on their behalf. But I can tell you that I know with these areas that are on evacuation order, security's in place. RCMP have been making regular patrols, especially on the highway. What are people doing on the highway? Are they traveling through and not stopping? Are they trying to go into other areas? I haven't heard of anything like that. And I do know that luckily in the District of Summerland and likely in some of the rural areas like Falder and Meadow Valley, there are people, even in areas, let's be honest, we can be honest, I think here, in areas that are under evacuation order, certainly on social media, I've seen some of that. I've not been totally tuned into social media because I'm on social media right now talking. But there are people there and they're keeping an eye on their property and other things. So let's just leave it at that. And so here's a great social media comment. I don't mean to be sarcastic, but some say, some are saying looting. I've heard no reports of looting. And that's certainly a troubling situation if that is the case, but I can tell you that steps are taken to have security in place. And that kind of behavior is something the RCMP would be looking for. If anybody has information and they want to share it with the RCMP, please do. I'm going to make a quick comment, as I have many times here before, to say that anybody who takes advantage of vulnerable people who are in a situation where there's an emergency by doing something like that, well, you can fill in the blanks about what we think about people like that. And it's troubling. But that's why the RCMP and private security are out roaming, patrolling. And that's another reason why everybody wants to get home as soon as they can. So don't go into some of these areas and nose around because the bears are out. Maybe the bears will talk to you. But in all seriousness, when you do go back, the people who live in Trout Creek have reported 3 or 4 bears in that area. With a wildfire, of course, it displaces wildlife, probably lots of other animals that are moving into some of these neighborhoods that were quiet. I don't think they're necessarily doing any damage, but I can't confirm. But anyway, you got to feel for the wildlife, especially those bears. They're moving around. There's action and fires and people, and they're just trying to get a meal and survive. But hopefully, there's no conflict or interaction with humans. But remember, the conservation officers who are limited in numbers, but they do an amazing job. They're the people that will help if there are any conflicts. I'm going to give you a quick update on what we know about reentry, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the reception center, and then I'm going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back with Erin Catherall from BC Wildfire Service. I may be sounding like I'm talking a little slower. It's something I'm working on. I used to work in radio and television many, many years, a long time ago. And when I worked in radio and television, I was told about the metronome, where you have to think in terms of talking like a metronome, where you're just kind of calm so people can hear you and understand you. My tendency is to talk really fast. And I know that's absolutely useless for you if you're trying to take in information. Having said that, one of the key things that you may have noticed that we don't have in place and that I need to fix immediately is that accessibility piece where we have the transcription. Unfortunately, with live transcription, there can be spelling mistakes and issues there, but any of you who use that service understand that, and same with Reels. So it's on my list, and I'm going to do that right away. I do apologize. It was an oversight in the sense that we're just trying to, we're moving pretty fast here. We're workshopping brand new. It's not new technology. It's a new way of sharing information during an emergency. So there's a lot of things that we need to do. Someone's asking if Canada Task Force 1 is still on site. To the best of my knowledge, yes, I saw their vehicles yesterday. That would be Friday in Summerland. What was I going to say? Oh, make my note. I have it here, but I'm going to, actually what I'm going to do is get my highlighter and highlight that and just remind the team, let's get that transcription on right now. But I was going to share a story with you about closed captioning, live closed captioning. Transcription. So I'll take a moment. It's story time for just a moment, and I hope you're okay with that. It feels on or a 24-hour talk show or something. It's not what it's intended to be. It's intended to be current information when you need it and at set times. Kind of playing with that format, but what I've committed to today and going forward until things are starting to wind down. There's the District of Summerland and what they're working on. I work for the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, electoral area F, and the challenges that have been some very serious challenges that people are facing. That's what we're also focusing on. But right now, we're operating as a regional EOC. This platform and the 2 websites, RDOS and Summerland, are working together to make sure you get the information you need. Transcription, highlighted, story time. Back in the day, I used to work on a morning show with Astrid Brownschmidt, and it was a fun morning show. And one morning, so when we're looking at the camera, there's the camera, and then down below is a monitor, so you can see yourself. So often you just sit there and stare at yourself and check your hair and stuff. No, you're seeing yourself, and then you get the teleprompter where you have the words. And one morning I was looking down, and I could see on the monitor, I could see the live closed captioning. And then I realized, well, there's a person sitting somewhere typing that in. So I said, I wonder if that person who's typing that in can communicate with us. And the person said, yes. So then we started having a conversation. Before long, that was getting tiring for that person because it was kind of weird to be typing what we're saying, trying to have a conversation. But I'll just leave it at this. It ended up with a photo of their cat, which we put on the air. And that was on the radio, the TV station in Victoria. At the time, it was probably, they went through 3 different names. I think back in the day, it was A Channel. And it used to be called the New VI. So that's why I can do this, because I used to work in television on a morning show where you can talk all day long. But in this case, what we're doing is trying something completely different, where I am also technically a government spokesperson speaking on behalf of the Emergency Operations Center, which, as you know, is a very serious job because I need to give you only verified information. I need to not upset or concern people. I need to temper my personality and turn on my internal editor to not make inappropriate comments or, off the cuff remarks. I think for the most part, I'm going to give myself a 93% on that I've kept it completely in line with where it should be. Veered off a few times. I have heard from people they appreciate the comments about social media, because I would say this to a friend. I would say this to somebody at the front desk if they came in, the reception counter at the RDOS. I think we need to do better. If someone's on social media making negative comments during a serious event like this, just because they can, go ahead and do that somewhere else. I think it's not helpful anytime, anywhere, but certainly not on this feed. Not on this feed, because this is meant to be a place where we provide real-time, current, verified information about a very serious situation for many people. And it's also a place so where we've managed to create a bit of sense of community. And that's important too. We can't forget all the other aspects of what an emergency brings us. And I'm living it just like you are. But it's not about me. It's not about my coworkers. It's about you, because you are coming here to get information. And I've spoken with at least a couple people who've lost property, and I can't tell you what that does to me. What it does, I've got many pages of notes, but what that does is it informs my ability to be empathetic and understand what we're really trying to do. We're not trying to be robots and give you information, go here, go there, go to that website, click here. We're actually trying to talk about important information in a way that doesn't further cause problems for people or upset them, but that also is cognizant of the fact that somebody who has had their property seriously impacted just needs information and needs comfort. So on that note, I want to mention that everything is being done right now for those residents who are in rural electoral area F, so that's rural Summerland within the RDOS, who have been seriously impacted by this fire. So I've talked a lot about Summerland, Garnet Valley, and other areas, but right now I'm talking to those of you who either know people who have property in electoral area F. Everything is being done right now, and I've personally made sure through the people I'm working with that we're attaching a communications component to whatever reentry looks like, whether it's going for a tour and seeing your property, whether it's the confirmation of your property. That process is vitally important to those people, and I understand that, and that's why it needs to be expedited. I'm going to share a personal story with you if I can. I did have a request from somebody who said, what about, we'll call it faith-based, a faith-based organization, church, who would like to get together to be able to have a service. What does that look like? Well, what it looks like is in an area that is under evacuation order. In order to have a service, it's very challenging, because if one group is going to have that, you really should make that available to everybody. But if you're in an area that's under evacuation order and it hasn't been cleared yet, it's very challenging. I shared that with the team in real time and said, the information I got back, which was excellent, and it was, I'm going to be honest here, I'm out on the edge again here and giving you information that is very, very honest. Graham said we need to keep that in mind and look at how we might be able to provide some kind of advance notice to those faith-based organizations, also to businesses, when the plans are confirmed and they're in place, to be able to say you could get some access, or at least know that you can get prepared, so that when people are coming into your area, you're ready. That's what he'd like to do. It's not a commitment that he's made, but it's an idea that we have to keep in mind. So being very honest with you about that. I'm going to check my phone. I'm always worried when I'm out on the edge or talking too much. That's why I don't like to talk a lot, because I do want to just stick with the facts, but I think that's an important area. So this is a note. Let's see. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Here's the deal. This person here who I just saw, somebody shared a comment with me that somebody made about Graham's staff. And I've really tried to, I don't want to, I think when people are negative, we need to understand they're probably upset. They're probably hurting, and we don't want to pay a lot of attention to going off the rails and not talking about what we're supposed to talk about. But certainly there was a comment that Graham made about the chocolate. I think that's what it was, a pillow. It's not a hotel where you'll have a chocolate on the pillow. He said he didn't mean to be offensive. The point he was trying to make, and I appreciate, I'm not going to speak on behalf of Graham. I'll ask him to address it when he comes in here. The point he was trying to simply make, and maybe it wasn't well positioned. I've said a few things that I think weren't well positioned, we'll call it. The point he was trying to make is it won't be perfect. And that's it. You go into a hotel room, it's all set up for you, it's ready to go. You return to your home during an emergency, you've got to be prepared for the fact that it might not be perfect. There could be situations around your home where, whatever that is, ash all over the place, for example. The garbage, the collection is different, and lots of things like that. That's the point he was trying to make. And when Graham comes in here, we'll address that. So for anybody to be offended by that, that's up to you. But please understand where it's coming from. Try to give people some grace and understand that with this, what I think is a social contract, with us being able to stand here and talk about things real time, the alternative is we don't want to offend anybody. It's very easy to do so when you're on the fly and you're live. And we should just shut this down and go back to the old days where we don't do anything live. We come out at 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock, have an update. This is the information we have available, and that's it. You can read the rest. I don't think that's great. And I think all of the communications people I've heard from, I've received some amazing notes from people who are in the television business and communications who've said, what you're doing is different, but what's important about it is that it's not just relaying real information in real time, but it's actually providing some comfort to people because there's a fire, they're waiting to get back into their homes, and I'm facilitating a conversation with them by talking to you like a real person, by talking about what's going on online, by answering questions. So I should leave it there. Again, keep it together. And maybe after this, what I should do is create a separate show that's called Eric Does Work at the RDOS. He's not speaking on behalf of the organization, but he's going to be polite and nice and talk about other important issues somewhere else. How about that? Then we can have a bit more free form where I would still be incredibly professional, because I do like the idea of staying employed. I'm going to wrap it up there because at 2 o'clock, I'm looking forward to our guest, Aaron Catherall from BC Wildfire Service, who will be back here with the update that I know a lot of people like. I'm going to leave you with this. Summerland and Region on the Globe and Mail. It's like a reality show. This incident has happened, and here it is. And this headline is about all of us who are in this area, including people in Penticton and Region. When we hear about a fire in the Summerland area, everybody is connected to that. You know people, you're seeing the smoke, you might have even seen the flames. So that's the Globe and Mail for whatever date it is, August 15th. I'll talk to you soon. Oh, I'm going to have to, let's workshop this. I feel like I should turn my camera off, if you don't mind, because what I'm doing when I'm not here is I'm working and I actually have to do stuff on my computer. I can't tell you how awkward it is of the thought of me typing at my computer and working while people are watching me. So if I turn it off, I think that might even be better for people because then if you're scrolling through, you'll see when the camera's back on that I'm on. So if that's okay with you, I'm going to do that because I need to work on a graphic and it's right here because this is my work location. So anybody who's quick on the keyboard, if you want to let me know if that sounds good, okay. I don't have my glasses on. Anyway, all right. This has been fun. Hello, my name is Eric Thompson at the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and in just a moment we'll have Erin Catherall here from BC Wildfire Service. She's actually here right now, and she's helping me look into this transcription. We're really trying to get the real-time transcription, and we were just talking about it. So we're going to be delayed just a couple of minutes. I'm also working on a couple of other things. What's happened with this live stream is that we've been able to, in real-time, workshop what types of things we can do. We're in the very early stages. This would be kind of like, I don't know, a cart and horse. And as it's moved on, we've moved up to a motor because we have a sign and stuff in the back. So we're getting to the point where we can actually use the technology better. But when you watch the television news, which we're almost creating a portion of that, there are many, many, many people and a lot of technology. We've started with some pretty basic technology, but we want to get better, and we're working on that now. So I'll get to Erin Catherall from BC Wildfire Service in just a moment. Okay, we're back again. I'm going to clear out my desk here and bring in Erin Catherall. We were just talking about closed captioning, and she kind of confirmed, and we were Googling it, what I thought. Did you see the Globe and Mail today?
Yes.
Fire. She was talking, when you're watching YouTube, under the window, there's a CC button, and the CC will give you closed captioning. So if you want to give that a try, see if that works. I'm just going to, just give me one sec, please, Erin. I want to send this link to my coworkers here in the info section so that we can make sure we get this new graphic for you. And it is slide number 12. So we're, what's really interesting about what we're doing here is while I'm actually working and making a graphic and sending an email, I'm holding up the BC Wildfire update with Erin Catherall, but I only have the one computer. So I'm going to do that right now. This way we can get some work going while Erin's talking. And Erin, I'm going to introduce you, and then I'll get out of the way. I'm going to get you to set up here, and you're in charge. You're driving the machine here. And then when you're done, I'll come and ask you a few questions.
Okay.
But I wanted to ask you today on what your area of focus will be for the update.
Yeah, I can just give a general update on activity from last night and what crews are doing, and just the weather forecast for the coming days, if that works.
Okay. What I'm going to do now, people have asked, asked me to unshrink the video. But the thing is, now you want to use the BC Wildfire website. So I'm going to set that up for you so that it's ready to go, and then you know how to click
and
around
I can
there.
explain the CC if you want.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. And what I'm going to do now is just go and find the BC Wildfire website on here. So we hit this button here.
Yeah.
And then we pick the window. That's the key. Perfect. Is to pick the window.
Yeah.
And then that's the one we're going to use. And then I'm going to move out of your way.
Okay.
And
but before we do this, is it okay if I do the CC?
Absolutely, yeah. You're it's your show now. I'm just gonna leave you to it. No, I'm just kidding. So here's Erin, and
stop sharing.
I'm just gonna step out for a second, Erin,
yeah.
And then I'll come right back. You've got the audio there.
Yeah.
So you need to mute it, and Thank you, and I'll.
Yeah, no problem. So just before we do an update, I just wanted to do like a tech update. So I know everyone's, the most part, is very tech savvy, but I just want to give an overview to help those that are trying to navigate the site, as well as questions around getting subtitles for the YouTube video. So I will show here. I just want to show how to do the, so I'm going to share the screen. Just bear with us for a second. Okay. So I'm just using the example of SQL. I'll wait for the video to come up. So on YouTube, for this post, you will see, if you want to turn on subtitles for when I talk and when Eric talks and the other guest speakers, what you'll want to do is you'll want to click the little, it's like it looks like a gear icon that's at the bottom. So you'll see it right there, right here. And when you click settings, you'll press subtitles CC, and then this will allow any time that someone's speaking to be transcribed. So again, just click the little gear icon here, and then click the CC button that will show up. So hopefully that's helpful for folks. Okay, so in terms of navigating our website, I just want to show where you can find the most up-to-date information on the Bald Range wildfire. So we will share here. So what you're going to do is we will start from scratch. You go to BC. We will scroll down to the current wildfire situation. You click this. Okay, and right here we'll have the provincial map of all the fires in the province. What you can do is you can search your property address or other geographical features in the search bar that will zoom in. So I will show Osprey Lake, for example. Osprey Lake. It's not coming up, so we'll, not helpful, but we will go in here just a second, just so to give you an idea. Okay, and here is the fire. So this is the Bald Range wildfire. And what you are seeing here is the fire perimeter. Search geographical landmarks in the search tab. You can also press the evacuations button, which gives an overlay of where evacuations orders and alerts are in effect. And if you click wildfires, it takes it off and you just see the fire perimeter. So right here we have Thirst Lake. So I just want to show a good tool just to give people an idea of how far the fire is away, because it's nice sometimes to have those geographical references. So in the lower right-hand corner, you're going to see the plus and minus, and then the little, looks like a piano keys at the bottom, the ruler. If you click that, it comes up with a measurement tool. So you will press the metric that you want, kilometers, and you'll choose distance. And so from Thirst Lake to the fire perimeter, we're looking, by the way the crow flies, approximately 13.67 kilometers away. So this is a really, really handy tool if you're wanting to be informed in terms of how far away a fire is to a certain geographical location. In terms of getting updates on the Bald Range fire, which we update in the morning and night and throughout the day if there's any significant changes, what you will do is we'll go back to the dashboard. And sorry, there's a bit of a lag with this website, or with the internet here. So we'll go back to the full map. And thanks for your patience. I know a lot of you know this already, but we just want to make sure it's accessible for everyone. So you will hit the little flame icon at the bottom that's closest to Summerland, and you will see the Bald Range wildfire. So you click that, press full details. And here you have the update on the fire. So currently we're sitting at 20,553 hectares in size. This fire perimeter is updated when we get the updates on the ground. So we have ground crews and aerial support that are doing perimeter measurements, and then this information is fed into our system, which also syncs with the public website. One detail that's really important to be aware of is there's buttons across here. So the details, response, galleries, and maps. If you click details, that's where information from the local jurisdictional authorities pops up with regards to evacuation orders and alerts. So you can go through these and get details that are linked to your local jurisdictional authority with regards to these orders and area restrictions. So there's lots here and you can go through. And then if you go up to response, this is where we update. So every morning and every night this gets updated on the incident line. And then if there's any significant changes throughout the day, we will also update. So in here, it's an update on each of the flanks in relation to the perimeter map that you see. Any key notes, we've linked a number of educational videos if you're wanting to learn about hand ignitions, indirect versus direct attack, some of our night viz operations. There's a lot of really great informational videos that you can find here. Yesterday, we also did an operational update with Incident Commander Hugh Murdoch and our Operations Section Chief Dan Hauser. So encourage you to take a look at that. That will link you to YouTube. And just explore some of the links we have because there's a lot of really wonderful resources here. We also have an update on the number of resources assigned to the incident and our contact information. So this email and this phone number will take you directly to the information officers that are working through BCWS, the BC Wildfire Service, and we'd be able to update you on any information with regards to the fire activity. Also to clarify, BC Wildfire Service is responsible for updates with regards to the fires, but the local jurisdictional authority, so regional district of the Okanagan-Similkameen and other regional authorities will have updates with regards to evacuation order and alert details, as well as updates on structures or any questions that you have around, temporary access permits or anything to do with your home and being under evacuation order and alert. So I encourage you to chat with Eric's communication team, but happy on our side to provide any updates with relation to the fire through this contact information here. Drive BC is also the resource that we encourage the public to check out to. We've linked it in here and they have information with regards to Highway 97. So that highway is open now, but if there are any changes, you will find it on Drive BC. And subsequently, we'll, of course, update it on our website, but the first place for information will be found on Drive BC. So I'll just stop sharing the screen here and then I get into the update. Okay, I hope, thanks for your patience with that. I know a lot of you already know this, but we just really want to make sure that people are getting the most up-to-date information and knowing where to find it. So just hang tight for a second and I'll pull up the notes. Okay, so on the website, you will see the updated perimeter growth that we have for the fire. So right now, the fire is approximately 20,553 hectares in size. So that's about 1,000 hectare increase from yesterday. So not a substantial amount, but there was some growth. The growth that we did see on the fire was predominantly in the northwestern flank of the Bald Creek wildfire. So that is up in the Princeton Summerland Road corridor, but the fire still remains a ways away from Osprey Lake. I know there's been some questions about that. It's over 20 kilometers away. Today, we have crews that are working all over the fire. So for the northern flank, crews are making really good progress. If the weather conditions allow today, we may conduct some hand ignitions to remove some of that unburnt fuel between the fire's edge and the established control line. So removing that fuel just further reduces the chance of that fire spreading, growing. We still continue to have structure protection personnel and firefighters in the area. The structure protection personnel continue to work around homes within the fire perimeter, patrolling and extinguishing hotspots as they flare up. For the southern flank, so that's the Mount Conkle, Shingle Creek Road areas, yesterday we did have crews conduct planned burn ignitions along the Shingle Creek Road. Again, this was to remove unburnt fuel between the fire and the established control lines. Removing this fuel reduces the potential of the wildfire breaching the control lines. Firefighters and heavy equipment continue to make really good progress in this area as well, continuing to reinforce control lines, moving from the east to the west in the southern flank. And the fire continues to remain on the western side of Mount Conkle and west of the ecological reserve. For the eastern flank, so that's on the Highway 97 Okanagan Lake side, things are looking really good. Suppression efforts are progressing well. Highway 97 is now open. However, there is time periods as well as speed restrictions for that area. So again, we really encourage the public to reach out to Drive BC website for information on highway conditions and any changes to the status of that highway. For the western flank, that's the, we did see increased fire activity yesterday, and this was in the northwestern portion of the fire near the Princeton Summerland Road corridor. But again, as mentioned earlier, it's a fair ways away from Osprey Lake, over 20 kilometers away. We have heavy equipment continuing to support operations in this area, establishing and reinforcing control lines. And crews are also working to create handguard and will conduct planned ignitions where conditions allow. We continue to have structure protection personnel working throughout the community, patrolling areas around structures and maintaining structure protection systems. And overall, crews are making good progress. That was one of the takeaways that we had from our operations meeting this morning. So things are looking positive. Fire is still very active. It is dynamic, but the takeaway this morning is that things are progressing well, which is really wonderful to hear. In terms of resources on the fire, today we have 376 firefighters that are working on site. This is split between the day and night because we have crews working 24 hours. We have 115 structure protection personnel with apparatuses, again, split between day and night, so we have 24-hour coverage. We have 16 helicopters and 59 pieces of heavy equipment, and an incident command team continues to manage this fire. So overall, we are very well equipped with resources. There's a lot of manpower working on this fire, and these resource numbers that we've provided are strictly for BCWS, as well as the structure protection personnel, which comprises of multi fire departments that are supporting us and other structure protection specialists. And so this is just one number of the many hands that are involved. RCMP, conservation officers, and natural resource officers, the Penticton Indian Band, both regional districts, District of Summerland and Peachland. There's many organizations and agencies that are involved in this operation. So we have a lot of hands working towards getting this fire under control and also getting information out to communities who are impacted. Eric, do you have any specific questions that?
I do.
Yeah.
You were talking about the closed captioning, and it's an important reminder for people so we can't necessarily set up closed captioning, and there may be a way to do that I haven't found.
Yeah.
But it really is for people who are watching it. They need to click that closed captioning.
Yeah. So Eric's talking about having the subtitles at the bottom of the video when we present. Again, just going over the orientation at the beginning that I showed you. It's up to the viewer on the YouTube channel to activate that CC button. So on the bottom of your video, you'll see the little gear that you'll click, and then you'll press CC, and then that will transcribe all the verbal interviews that are conducted throughout the day.
So with this Bald Range wildfire, because it's not as close to this area as it was before, it's still important for people to understand it's still very much active.
Yes, very much so. I know these stats have gone out quite a bit, but I think they really sort of highlight how dry things are. So since June, we've had 12 millimeters of rain. Since July 1st, we've had 2 millimeters of rain, and we've received nothing since August for the weather stations in this area. So that really paints a picture of just how dry the fuels are. Crews are making good progress, but we are seeing fire activity still. We haven't had any major weather events. So just the behavior that we're seeing is based on the current conditions. And we have to be extra careful and monitoring when fire behavior is increasing, and just making sure to be very mindful of that. In terms of the weather forecast for today, we are expecting the winds to be predominantly southerly. So an inversion did occur within the Summerland area this morning, which resulted in very heavy smoke in the area, but that has lifted, which has resulted in more blue sky conditions. And so when we see more sun, that means we have greater temperatures in the area, which are further drying out those fuels. So that's typically the pattern that we're seeing is, in the afternoon, we see an increase in fire behavior, just given the warmer temperatures and the better visibility. There is a chance that we might have thunderstorm activity later this afternoon and into the evening, which will result in erratic winds. And again, winds are a big feature that's for fire behavior, but also a tactic when it works in our favor to use for some of those hand ignition operations. So we'll wait to see sort of what the winds look like tonight, but that instability could increase fire behavior.
It's really difficult to predict when we'll have smoke in this area. But right now, we can get smoke from pretty much any direction because there's a big fire south of the US-Canada border. There are fires in other areas, and it really depends what the wind's doing and whether it gets pulled into this area. Have you heard anything about the coast, whether they're getting any smoke down there at all?
I haven't, just because I'm focused on this incident, but I know that there is a number of fires in the area, which is contributing to the smoke that we are seeing. One thing to also know is when we say the direction that when we say, so for example, tomorrow that we're going to see southerly winds, that means the wind is coming from the south. So it's not going to the south, it's being from the direction of the south. So I think that's an important distinction to be mindful of when you hear the wind forecast. The direction that is said is where the wind is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so that means the fire, if it's going to be pushed by the winds at all, or anything could happen as far as it, the embers getting blown, they're going to blow toward the north potentially.
Correct. Yeah. So if we do see those southerly winds tomorrow, that means the wind is coming from the south, pushing north. So that means that we may see an increase in smoke along the northern flank.
When you've been in here before, Erin, you've talked about some of the interesting operational things, what we can expect, or how the people on the ground would be working, and some things about the air assets. I wanted to go back for just a moment. I certainly don't want to, upset people who saw an amazingly, like a fast-moving fire. But from what you've heard, the fire behavior we saw with this, how it moves so fast without wind, is that we're hearing there's more and more we're seeing that. Like, was there anything about that you can talk about?
Well, when the fire first started last Friday, we saw extreme fire behavior as many people experienced being evacuated from their homes. We saw rapid growth. There's reports of embers traveling as far as 1 kilometer from the flame front. So that's really an indication of extremely volatile fire activity. We still see a lot of activity on the fire. It's not as extreme lately, but given the behavior that we did see when this fire first started, it is an indication of just how dry the fuels are. We didn't have a major weather event that day. It was strictly based on the conditions of the fuels, winds, and temperature. So that's something to be mindful of. We are hitting mid-August, but we still have record weather indices for this area, and the drought does make this area very high risk.
So the important thing to understand for people is there are many reasons we don't want another fire, but if another fire was to start somewhere else in the province, that impacts the availability of resources to fight all fires and future fires. Yeah. So it's really important that people take caution.
Yeah.
Can you leave us with any thoughts on key messaging that you're sharing with people? And when I say messaging, I mean, what kind of information do you think people really need to know about being personally responsible, protecting their property, being prepared in the event that either a fire moves, it's already on, because areas are under alert as well, and that type of thing?
Yeah, so we have activity throughout the province, and we have international resources that are supporting with numerous fires within BC. So on the Bald Range fire, for example, we have over 100 Mexican firefighters that are supporting with operations. We also have New Zealanders and Australian operational staff that are supporting with activity. So things are very busy. We've had to tap into some of those international resources. And at this point, we have the resources we need for the fire. There is sufficient personnel that is responding to this fire, but we do not want to divert critical resources away to respond to a human-caused fire. So we want the public to be extra vigilant, recreationalists, tourists that are coming through the area, encouraging people to check out the Kamloops Fire Center restrictions. So there's, campfire bans in effect, all those things. We need people to really be responsible and abide by those restrictions that have been implemented. In terms of things that individuals can do for any British Columbian, but especially for those in this area where we're seeing extreme drought conditions and those that are under evacuation alert, we really encourage the public to do some fire smart measures. So if you're home now under evacuation alert, just doing a couple simple fire smart measures can go a really long way. Some examples include keeping your lawn mowed, removing debris from your gutters, making sure that there's no combustibles underneath your porch, just really trying to remove any sort of object around your property that could ignite if an ember were to land in that. So Fire Smart BC is a really wonderful resource. It has videos. There's community initiatives that you can do in the off season, but also just for those that are under evacuation order alert right now, just some simple measures that you can do while you're home.
Anything else you wanted to add, Erin?
I think we've covered most of it. We will continue to be here. We have a huge operation in place, and the takeaway this morning is crews are making good progress. I know a lot of you are impacted by this and want to get home as soon as possible, and I can assure you that we're trying everything in our power to get this fire under control, but it is dynamic. Things are dry. We're still seeing fire behavior. So, we're working hard and we're trying to get there, but, there's still a little bit of a ways to go.
So that's an important reminder for people. We aren't seeing as much fire activity necessarily in this region, in the electoral area F, Boulder, Meadow Valley, that area, or Summerland, but outlying areas need to be very aware of what's going on with that fire. And until it's held, it's always going to be a concern, something people should be aware of and know that it's out there. It hasn't gone away.
Yeah. And so right now, when you go on our website, you will see the status of this fire as being out of control. And when we talk about a fire being out of control, we're talking about the entire perimeter, not just a section of the fire. And so to get under control status, one tactic that we have to do is making sure that there is either tying into natural features such as, Okanagan Lake, other roads, roadways, and also equipment, containment lines and handguard to go around the fire. That way, the fire will reach those containment lines and not advance further. So that is a tactic that we're doing. We have crews and heavy equipment working across flanks to build those control lines and establish those fuel-free areas.
Erin, in just a moment, once you wrap things up, I'm going to take a short break and then come back and speak with Cam Bond, who is currently out of the Summerland landfill. And we're going to talk a bit about the fire out there. And I know BC Wildfire Service isn't involved in those types of fires with that what's it called, the non-vegetative matter, I think it's called, or whatever they call a landfill fire. Yeah. You deal with trees, basically.
Yeah.
But you brought up a point. Before you go, I want to ask, well, first of all, are you coming back? Do you want to come back?
I will come back for sure.
Maybe tomorrow?
Yeah.
Tomorrow? Okay.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, 2 o'clock. But when you build a guard, the idea is that guard is built in a way that even if those embers are blowing, that the hope is it doesn't ignite whatever's on the other side of that guard. Is that right? Yeah.
So I like to think of it as kind of like two lines. We have the control line that is still a ways away from the fire perimeter, but that control line is a fuel-free area. So heavy equipment might go in and do like sort of equivalent to a Forest Service road distance. It could be even larger than that, depending on the terrain for the width. We'll have crews that will be doing hand guards, so thinking of like a equivalent to like doing a trail through the forest. And that is a fuel-free area, so that as the fire perimeter comes close to that control line, there's no fuel to burn. In addition to that, we have contingency lines. So that's sort of like the next phase. So that's further out, and it's the same thing as the guard, but it's an extra precautionary tactic. So if the fire breaches the primary control line, we have a contingency line as a backup. And we really want to utilize crews, heavy equipment to do contingency line with that fuel-free area, but again, tying into natural features as well. So there could be pre-existing Forest Service roads, highways, the lake, things that if, an ember came, it's not going to burn. It doesn't have vegetation there. So those are some of the strategies that we do, where we focus on our primary control line, and then we have the contingencies, sort of the backup, that if an ember were to blow over or cross that line due to extreme fire behavior, we have a backup as well.
Quickly then, would you use retardant on the guard? Would there be retardant there?
Yeah, so the purpose of the retardant is to slow the movement of the fire. So it doesn't last forever, but it works as a temporary holding. So similar like a control line, but it will sort of slow the advancement of the fire, buying time for crews to put in control and contingency line as well.
Is that applied from the air or on the ground?
With retardant, it comes out of air tankers, which are really large fixed wing aircraft, and they will drop it as a red line, tying into some of those natural features and control lines that are in place.
I could ask you questions all day long. I'm sure lots of people are interested. But so if you have a fire guard, that fire guard would be a fair distance ahead of the fire itself, right? So you wouldn't have any water involved because the fire's not right at that point, right?
Yeah, so the control line is a distance away from the edge of the fire, and then the contingency line is even further away. Okay. We have crews in the area that are continuing to mop up hot spots. So with our aircraft, we're able to do scans of hot spots within the area, identifying places where fire is still burning. You might not actually see a visible flame on the ground. It could be smoldering underneath, burning roots. And so crews will go in there, they will dig it up with their tools and literally cold to the touch. So they're using their bare hand to touch to make sure it's cold to the touch, and they're using their Econo hose and spraying it down with water. So crews are actively addressing hot spots in the area, anything that sort of shows up within the community interface area. So that's an activity that's currently going on as well.
I was going to say, are you sure you want to say that? They actually use their bare hand? They do?
Yeah.
That means they're confident that it's not hot, right?
Yeah, so you'll spray it down,
okay.
And then you'll use your tools to like move it up and keep spraying, and then you'll touch.
And you'll only get that wrong once. Okay, Erin, thanks a lot. You're a popular guest here on the live stream.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's any questions here. Oh, someone was asking about transmission line. So there has been a lot of impacts to some of the utilities in the area. So BC Hydro is working very heavily in the area. We had an update this morning saying that they're in and around areas where crews are working. So and actually when I came here, I saw a bunch of poles on the back of the truck coming into Summerland. So that operation is currently going on. We had Fortis BC in, as well as Summerland Power. Fortis was turning off gas lines for homes in the area as well. So utilities are active, and BC Hydro is doing a lot of repairs to poles in the area. And then also we're having to conduct danger tree assessment for trees that have been impacted in the area that could fall on lines.
Erin, thanks for the update.
Yeah, no problem. And we'll see everyone again tomorrow.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Come back over here, and I'm going to wrap up with just a few notes, and then I'll be back again shortly with an interview with Cam Bond. Cam Bond is currently set up at the landfill here in Summerland, and he's going to talk to us a bit about what's happening with that landfill, and then also we'll show you some video as well. I wanted to mention something that I have really quickly here. I had a note from a colleague, and very interesting. He's wondering about services once an area is no longer on evacuation order, once it's under an alert. And for the majority of services, they will go back to normal. So if you have food deliveries, taxis, or even caregivers that can come to your house, so once it's under an alert, they can then come to your property. And that is what I understand as well. But once your property, obviously, if your property is under an evacuation order, they won't be able to come there. So if you are under an alert, once the property that you live at is downgraded, the order is downgraded to an alert, the majority of those services that you rely on will be able to come to your home, and that includes taxi service as well. So that's a great reminder. Thank you very much. We'll take a very short break, and we'll be back in just a moment, and we'll talk about the landfill and what's going on there. So stand by, and thanks again to Erin Catherill. She'll be back at 2 o'clock on Sunday, and that is August 16th. Stand by. Good afternoon. It is 10 minutes away from 3 o'clock now, and my name is Eric Thompson. I'm in the Regional Emergency Operations Center. I'm with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. We're currently working together with partners in the region, including the District of Summerland. And of course, we've been talking about the Bald Range wildfire now for several days. Still very active, as you heard from Aaron at BC Wildfire Service. Cam Bond is on the line now, and Cam is an Environmental Services Coordinator with the District of Summerland. He is on location at the landfill, at the Summerland landfill, and we've been talking about a fire there. Cam, before we talk about what's happening at the landfill, can you just tell us a bit about your background?
Yeah, sure. So I grew up in the Okanagan, grew up in Lake Country. I moved down to Penticton to work for the regional district about 20 years ago now. I worked at the regional district for about 16 years, and as you know, I used to do your job for a while. For over a decade, I was the information officer for the regional district. I worked in solid waste, where I did work in landfills, did education programming, helped do different solid waste management planning projects, and I moved on and started my own company just after COVID, actually. And then I started doing consulting work, where I worked for the Thompson-Nicola Regional District, where I helped with some of the recovery from Lytton in terms of disaster debris management. And then I worked in Merritt and helped develop their disaster debris management plan after the floods in 2021. I worked for the District of Summerland, helping them with a bunch of projects, and they asked me to come on part-time. So I'm working with them part-time as well, just trying to manage the landfill.
All right. And again, Cam Bond is with us. He's an Environmental Services Coordinator with the District of Summerland at the Summerland landfill. Now, that facility, how much of it was saved?
It was amazing. I was away that weekend when it started. I came back. I just felt the worst. I was thinking we could lose everything, and we didn't. We're very lucky. Our scale's fine. Our recycling areas are good. Our landfill itself, where we actually bury materials, wasn't impacted at all, which is amazing. And that's due to the thanks of BC Wildfire, the different structural crews from around British Columbia, and of course the District of Summerland staff that basically fought this fire for days to make sure that it didn't consume the landfill. Unfortunately, we lost some electrical on site, so we've lost some power poles, and we've also lost half of our compost site. So we're unable to take in food scraps at this time because we don't have the ability to compost it effectively. And then another big thing that happened was we were storing wood chips. We actually chose an area that was on an old landfill that was capped and covered. We used that area because it's all away from all the forested areas around our facility to minimize any kind of risk, because we felt that if we started a fire, we didn't want it to spread. But it has caught fire now, and it is on top of this old landfill area that is currently covered. So it's now testing the boundaries around it. Unfortunately, historically, too, wood chips were placed around our facility as well. This is something that we don't do anymore because of fire breaks. But those wood chips are deep in the soil, and they're causing concerns as well. So we're presently up here fighting fires.
So you said there were wood chips around the edge. What were they there for?
It's an old disposal method. So One of the hardest things for us to get rid of is actually wood chips. When we take in wood, could be 2x4s that are clean. They're pretty easy to get rid of. But when we take in, say, plywood, cabinetry, wood furniture, we are able to grind it. That's not the problem. But those chips don't have as high a use. So historically, around pretty much every landfill in BC, including a couple of years ago, the Glenmore landfill, they use wood chips around their facility. They don't do that anymore. There was fires there. So we learned from that, and we stopped doing that quite a while ago, actually. But unfortunately, historically, those chips are in the soil. They are causing us a lot of grief today to fight it. And then we have a much larger pile of fresh chips that we're planning to use for a final cover process that we had slated for the next couple of years. So we're actually accruing those wood chips to be used to help us cover and cap the landfill. And unfortunately, they are on fire right now. And luckily, it's on top of a landfill we believe will be covered and with enough soil that hopefully it will go well. But we have brought in some of the best landfill fire experts in the world, Sperling Hansen Associates. They are based in BC, but they just happen to be also a consultant that work closely with us. But their founder, Tony Sperling, has worked on fires for almost 4 years around the world that are in landfills. So we've got them on site to assist us in terms of how to manage this surface fire, and to ensure that as little as possible fire could migrate inside this old closed cell an area that is landfilled and now closed. So we're working with them and now attacking this fire very aggressively to try to keep it down, so there's less chance of any kind of long-term issues inside the landfill.
Yeah. So Cam Bond is on the line. He's an environmental services coordinator, joining us via phone from the Summerland landfill. For those of you who just joined us, Cam, we've heard about the fire now, and some people might wonder, will that landfill ever open again?
Yeah, certainly. We could open as soon as the fire's out. We have power to our scale. We have power to other facilities up here, except for the compost site, which we did lose power to. We are pretty much operational for garbage receiving, recycling. We will be moving things around, so if people are used to coming to our facility in the Summerland area, just take your time when you come up. We will be moving some things around to make sure we can receive it. But right now with the firefighting efforts, we don't know exactly when that will be, but I'd like to be as soon as possible. One of the things that I've seen after these events is that people want to fire smart. That makes perfect sense. You've seen what could happen. So we do expect a lot of yard waste coming up. Also, people have materials at their home they want to get rid of. We are doing the fridge and freezer collections. Inside your fridge and freezer, the food scraps collections. So that's happening through our curbside collector waste connections. So as people are returning home over the next few days, and it is happening today in Trout Creek, there's going to be additional collections of just food scraps. I got a call back from the actual collector. They said about 60% of homes that returned had materials out, so they cleaned up the fridges and freezers, which is amazing. And then we'll be going back to normal curbside collection, except for a major change, which is we will not be able to collect food scraps in the green cart. All food scraps now have to go in garbage for the time being until we can get our compost site going. We have no other options for those food scraps for composting locally. Therefore, we have to just collect garbage weekly. So we shifted over a few years ago to collecting organics every week and garbage every 2 weeks. Now we're switching back to the prior program, which is garbage every week, and yard waste will be collected every 2 weeks, and yard waste cannot contain food scraps. In the first couple of weeks, at least, we'll probably be seeing those food scraps go to Campbell Mountain. They don't want to have those food scraps inside them. So just asking that people use that additional collection after they return back to home, and they use their normal collection of garbage to get rid of those food scraps that may be in their home. We understand that with the power outages, and you talked to Graham earlier today on that people will have spoiled food. That needs to go into your black container, not into your green cart.
Okay, that's really important, Cam, because I think it's for some people it's a change, but the information that you're sharing with us right now will be available in the re-entry guide, and that re-entry guide is going to be tailored for each individual area. And I know with Trout Creek there was going to be garbage pickup today; it's already happened, and there will be garbage pickup again on Tuesday. So that type of information people can find in that re-entry guide. They will be available as people head into their neighborhoods with the new phase of the reentry program, which we'll talk about later on at 6 with Graham Stat. But I wanted to ask you another question. I mean, we've talked about this fire at the landfill. Is there still fire?
Yeah, and I just want to tell people that want to come home, and I've seen some of the chat in your live feed today. Many people want to get home. It's just normal that you're a normal person for wanting to go home. I'm sitting at the landfill at the top of Summerland, and I'm looking down into Summerland. It looks gorgeous when it's not today. Today it's really socked in, but yesterday it was a gorgeous day. It looked beautiful down there. But if you look to the north, to the south, and to the west, there was spot fires. There was helicopters flying. There's open flame around my whole landfill still. So I just want people to understand there may be this feeling of anxiousness to get back home, but there's active fires around us, and there's still a lot of green trees. I'm looking over at Conkle. I'm looking down to the north. There's still green trees out there. So people need to understand that if we get wind events, if there's major fire changes, like we don't want to bring people back into their home and then say, you got to leave again. That's even more traumatic. So people have to understand this is like we have people coming up and down all the time, firefighters. Again, yesterday with the clear skies, I could see all the way down Shingle Creek Road, just off of Bathville. I could see fire starting off in the distance. I could see it coming over towards Summerland too. This is a very serious event. People want to go home, but I know looking at what I'm seeing, I'm coming through this evacuation area all the time. We are on high alert to evacuate ourselves immediately if we need to, if the fire restarts and comes in our direction.
So, Ken, we've talked about the fires. We know the fire is still there. Do you have any indication or based on previous knowledge how long a fire like that might last?
I'm not sure. We're looking at the surface fires right now and getting those out. For us, that could be, I'm hoping, a few weeks. We'll see. If we're faster than that, that's great. But it takes time. We want to make sure everyone's safe. It's not just the fires, but the fires can also create dangers. We have some steeper slopes around us. Those will have to be checked to make sure that we manage any risks for anyone on site. So we'll have to make sure people are safe before they come on our facility. That does take time. I'm hoping ideally it would be a week. More realistically, probably 2 weeks, and could be longer depending on what kind of health and safety aspects we see on site, because we're not going to bring anyone on in the community. We've got amazing partners with the regional district. Campbell Mountain Landfill is receiving our curbside waste. They will be receiving commercial waste once we are able to reopen some of those businesses downtown. Just imagine that some of them might have a lot of garbage, especially some of the grocery stores. So working with the RDUS and Campbell Mountain to deal with our local needs. But we really want to reopen the site ASAP as soon as possible, because we want to bring materials here. Campbell Mountain is great, but they only have one scale. So adding another 12,000 people trying to access that for yard waste or for garbage, it's a little unfair to those people in Penticton that already have to wait a long time sometimes to get in that landfill. Yeah. So we really want to get this site open as soon as possible. If for some reason we can't open it, we'll be looking at other opportunities in the community to take in yard waste or recycling or garbage. So we'll be managing those kind of needs for the community, trying to reduce what's going in and the number of vehicles going to Campbell Mountain, because again, they only have one scale to servicing over 50,000 people. And if you're bringing in this many more people, it's going to be difficult on them. We're going to ask people to hang on to any fridges that they might have or freezers that may have been damaged. Please clean them out. We can look at how we can do collections in the near future. If you do have other materials, please hang on to them. I know people want to do yard smarting, they want to do their fire smarting, but we're just asking people not to go to Campbell right now. Just hang on to them. We'll figure out something in the next couple of weeks. It's a very dynamic situation here. If you're just patient with us, we'll make sure you have opportunities to take care of all the needs that you have for your solid waste, for yard waste, for garbage, and other things.
Okay, Cam, can I ask you to hold on just 1 second? I'm just going to mute for a second. I just, one of my colleagues is outside the door, and I really want to hear more from Cam. We've got a few more questions for him, but I'll just be 1 second, so stand by. All right, Cam, sorry about the delay there. I am multitasking, as you know, and I quickly wanted to mention that I've said this before here, that Cam Bond, as he mentioned, was an information officer here in the Emergency Operations Center. And a lot of the work that we're doing today, Cam really set the tone for that and did a lot of the early work in using social media, Twitter back in the day, and other elements of emergency communications that I then was able to learn from Cam. And then as he went and did other work, I moved on with this. And so where we are today started with people like Cam Bond, which is great that we have you available to be able to speak about these issues, because obviously you have that background in communications as well as your expertise as an environmental services coordinator. I need to ask you about this, Cam. People may wonder about air quality. Is it something people should be concerned about in the region?
Yeah, but that's not because of us. I can tell you that. As someone that's worked in the environmental field for a while, you will be concerned about air quality mainly because of the ash and smoke. So we are dealing with smoke conditions that are very horrible. We have some of the worst air quality in the world. Yeah. When you get back to your property, there may be ash conditions. And if people have any kind of breathing difficulties, if you have asthma, COPD, anything that could be impacting that, please be very cautious and careful. And then the ashes themselves can contain contaminants. And we know that from structures that may include asbestos. Okay. So if you do have a property where the structures are older, generally the 1990s, so if it's pre-1990, then be concerned. There are specialists that come in. They're available throughout the communities that do these hazardous materials surveys, and they can give you peace of mind on whether there's any asbestos in the ash or other materials that are there. We know that with very friable, and that means it's crumbly or becomes airborne. This friable material from vermiculite, or if it's from building materials that are being burnt, can pose a hazard to human health and safety. Often when people are dealing with this, you get the hazard assessment done, then you can have a better understanding of what issues are on your property. I will say in many events, and I don't know what's happening here because I'm not in the advanced planning section right now, but I know in many events there's been amazing charities that come in and help with some of the sifting of materials So if you have special items like jewelry, or it's just if you want someone to go in there and find things, then they can assist you in that because they have the proper protective equipment. We call it PPE, or personal protective equipment. That is what you need to access some of these sites. In terms of landfill itself, we are basically burning wood chips right now. That's what's on fire. And some of them may contain paint, or they might be plywood, which might have some glue in them. That's not a good thing. That's not a great thing. We definitely don't want people in there. All of our workers are wearing their private protective PPE to make sure that they're safe. But in terms of a structure, structures contain like plastics and other materials. So houses are actually much more dangerous than us, what's burning up here right now. And we're not too concerned about the actual ash that's being left over, but I wouldn't advise people to be, if you're coming to the landfill today, I would ask you to be wearing your PPE. That's just to protect all workers and people on site. But it actually kind of smells nice. I think there's a bunch of cedar in some of these wood chips. So in terms of the actual potential for pollution right now, it's pretty low. We will be looking at other potential concerns, and there is the concern of a landfill fire in a closed cell. That means that there could be some fire that gets inside the dirt that we've packed around this garbage. If that does happen, we will be taking precautions. But I just want to point out that these landfill fires happen all the time. Like Campbell Mountain Landfill in Penticton was on fire for 10 years. Burns Bog Landfill and the Vancouver Landfill was on fire for a long time. They didn't shut down their landfills. So we can manage some of these risks if there is concerns around landfill fire inside the landfill. Right now, we do not have any information that there is a landfill fire. We're just battling surface fires. But again, we've hired a specialist, Brilliant Hanson Associates, that's worked on this and is recognized internationally as being the experts in terms of landfill fires to assist us with both the surface fires and then managing any risk of any kind of materials in the landfill. So no, once we have the site contained and the fires are out, I don't believe we'll be creating any more pollution in the air for anybody.
Cam, I really appreciate you giving such a thorough update. I've got a few more questions for you, if that's okay. I want to talk a bit about who's fighting the fire and who's involved, but I'm sure people will want to know, will this landfill fire in any way impact people coming back into their homes?
We don't know. I think I know the concerns raised by a lot of people. They're not solid waste experts. They're not garbage people. When I heard those concerns, I wasn't really in the same mindset. Like I said, a home burning is much more pollution than this landfill currently is putting out in terms of air pollution. We certainly don't want anyone to be exposed to smoke from us, though. We do have wood chips in there that may contain plywood or paint, but there's nothing in there that, like a home might have a deck that's pressurized wood. There's no pressurized wood that's in any of our wood chips. We carefully remove that before we chip our wood, and that pressurized wood goes in the landfill. So that's essentially what's burning right now. It's not good. I'm not going to say it's good. But in terms of the types of materials that we're releasing right now, it's a fairly small amount compared to the homes that have been lost and the ash that's from the trees and other materials that are around us. So there's always concerns. And I would just tell people the risks of coming home, and that'll be part of the welcome, the return to your property package that's being put out by the District of Summerlin and the Regional District in Falder and Meadow Valley areas. Read it. Take the time to learn more about the risks of coming back to your property. Consider the risks of the age of your home, especially if it's pre-1990. And you can learn about that if you go to your BC Assessment webpage. BC Assessment tracks the age of structures, and it'll know if it's pre-1990 or not. And then prepare to have a hazardous materials survey done before you return to your property. And then you can know whether you have any concerns in terms of asbestos or other lead paint or other concerns. And if there is concerns, then you can work with an abatement team. We unfortunately have fires, even of this magnitude, happening in the past. People lose homes all the time because of fire. So there are specialists there to be able to deal even with hazards on your property. They can do it effectively. And if you have insurance, it will be covered by insurance. So that's what we want to talk about. In terms of us, we just want to make sure that we get our fires out as soon as possible. So our teams are up here. We're bringing in as many resources as we can and we have available to fight this fire. But it will take a week or so at least for it to be fully out across our facility.
Cam Vaughn again on the line. If you've just joined us, it's just after 3 o'clock, 10 o'clock, or 10 minutes rather after 3 o'clock. Cam is an environmental services coordinator working with the District of Summerland. He's at the landfill right now. We had heard about this fire out there, so we thought we'd better get some more details on that. And Cam being on site and managing the situation has really been providing some helpful information. He mentioned that re-entry kit. the reentry guide, rather, which will be specific for each area. And this is the Trout Creek East one, and more information will be in there about what to do with garbage and compost and all that, or food scraps and those kinds of things. Why is there a compost facility at the landfill? Can you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, the District of Summerland looked at options to reduce costs at the landfill, and one of our biggest costs is landfilling. We want to make sure that we landfill effectively, and we're landfilling to the best and highest standards. And that's really costly. It costs a lot of money, especially for a smaller community like Summerland. So when we look at the airspace that we have and what we could do to save money, we really looked at composting as an option. So already we compost our local sludge, which comes from our wastewater treatment plant. I know you guys were talking about that earlier. The bugs that eat your PM poo grow bigger, and as they grow bigger, they get scooped off and they come to us for composting. And then we were able to work with the province of BC to get a 2/3 grant funding to build a food scraps compost site at our facility. And we became the first site in the South Okanagan to be actually composting food scraps. And so we collect food scraps from every residential home. It's part of the green cart service. Unfortunately, because of the lack of power or energy to the site, we will not be able to compost those food scraps for the near term. So we're just asking that people not put those food scraps in their green carts anymore, but they just place them in their garbage. And we've started garbage service back to weekly collection. Yard waste will be every 2 weeks moving forward until such time that we can get the compost site going. And then there'll be enough education time and period for us to get in there and then change it back to weekly organics collection. In my mind, it's been incredibly successful. We've seen a huge drop in terms of the tonnage that we've been taking in from residential garbage. Really shows that a lot of the weighted garbage has been food scraps. Unfortunately, we can't do it now because of the fire. So this is our contingency plan, is to put things in the garbage. It's always been our contingency plan in an event like this, that we have garbage service go to weekly. And that's what we're doing now, is ensuring that weekly garbage is moving forward. Every other week collection of just yard waste, and all food scraps have to go in your garbage cart. And we do have again, as you've mentioned earlier, there is these additional collections that we're doing to get rid of your fridge and freezer waste, as we know that's a big pulse of like pretty gross and disgusting things. Check your package when you receive it. When you're going back into your property, there will be information on those additional collections. And as well, your curbside collection service will start as well. So use your carts, place that extra bags as needed. Just make sure you follow the guidelines for the actual for your property, and everything should go smoothly.
That's good to know, Cam. Everything should go smoothly. It'll be fine. The main thing, as long as people have the information they're looking for, excuse me, and as you mentioned, the re-entry guide will have a lot of details in it that you need. And as we wrap up, I did want to talk about the fire itself, who's involved, and how many people are fighting this fire.
Well, we've had great support from the District of Summerland firefighters. They've been amazing. They've gone through hell. Like, I know people on that department. I've talked to them. They just said it was like a war zone on Friday night. Like they've some of these guys have actually served in the military, and they've said they've never seen anything like this before. So they've gone through it, but they were up here a couple of days to help and support us. We've got sprinkler systems now that are helping beat back the flames, kind of taking out the smoldering wood chips that are around us. They've done a great job. We've got kind of a core crew here of guys that are working nonstop with us. And then as we get anyone free, like anyone that can come up here, like tomorrow, we might get some guys to come up. We'll be adding those resources to sort of fight the smoldering fire that we have and just help deal with what we're doing at the landfill. Maybe freeing up some space so we can actually start to clear up some of the debris and get ready for reopening.
Okay, and I understand from the conversations we've had here, BC Wildfire Service doesn't fight fires like this. They focus on the wildfires. But I do want to say thank you so much, Cam, for taking that time. Certainly with the CART program, any questions people have about that CART program, whether for garbage or whatever else it is, they can get in touch with the District of Summerland to get more information. We'll leave it there. We've got a few other updates coming up, including 6 o'clock. We'll hear from our EOC director with a bit more. But thanks for taking the time, Cam. It's much appreciated.
All right, take care.
Okay, thank you so much. That's Cam Vaughn on the telephone from the Summerland landfill, where you probably had heard there was a fire, and Cam provided some great details on what that might look like for all of us here in this area who rely on that landfill. And often through our discussions, we're talking about Summerland proper itself, the District of Summerland, but I want you to know that I, for the Regional District of Okanagan Similkameen, we're in the Regional Emergency Operations Center. And of course, planning has been underway since that first evacuation order went in place for people who live in electoral area F, which is rural Summerland, to get them back into their homes. And when we talk to Graham at 6, we'll find out what the latest is. We've talked about the operational period. What that means is what we're looking at over the next while, because I know you want information about when you can get back into your home, which areas will be included. And people, of course, are looking for those temporary access passes as well to go and visit their property. So I'll certainly bring Graham in to give you specifics on that. So I do appreciate your patience, and I did want to thank Cam again for a good, thorough discussion. I'm going to take a very short break, and we'll come back shortly. I'll look to a 3:15 quick update if I can. Otherwise, we'll definitely be back at 4 o'clock with our next update. So 4 o'clock here on August 15th. This is the live stream EOC update, all about the Bald Range wildfire, and something that is just kind of hard to fathom how big that fire is and was at the height of it. And if you haven't seen the Globe and Mail for Saturday, that's the headline. It says "Send Everything," and that is in the Saturday paper, Globe and Mail, inside the life and death battle against BC's Bald Range wildfire. That's a heavy thing to see, but I think what's been so important for me is having this opportunity to talk to people and get some feedback on the kind of information you're looking for, and how we can hopefully provide some sense of calm and some sense of lessening the stress you have by getting information as soon as it becomes available, and that's really important. So it's right now, what we're focused on is getting people back into their homes. And when I say we, I'm talking about everybody involved with this wildfire response and recovery, to make sure that you can get home as soon as possible, because that's really what people want to do. And then, when you look at some of the damage and destruction this fire caused, there's a big road to recovery for some people as well. So as a region, we're pulling together, and it's important to keep those people in mind who might need a little extra help. People have asked a lot about how they can volunteer, how they can help, provide some funds, provide anything. And if you go to the RDOS website or the District of Summerland website, there are links on there. I know on the RDOS website, we've got quite a few links, and there are community organizations. I did receive a question from a member of the media asking about online scams. It's not something I have specific information on, but what I can simply say is if you receive an unsolicited phone call looking for funds, there's a very good chance it's a scam. So don't participate. And make sure you report it. And if you really want to donate funds, you should go to a recognized charitable organization here in this region, the South Okanagan, or the Community Foundation, rather, of South Okanagan. They provide funds directly to people who need it. And there are so many other groups, too many to mention, but I usually go to that group because I know of them, and I know people who are part of that organization. I know they do great work, but there are so many other great groups in the area as well, local, national groups. I have behind me, someone asked if that was supposed to be there. I think they thought I left my equipment or my empty bucket behind me, but it's a kit that is from the Salvation Army. And these were donated as a way of, you might have to do some cleanup at your house. So I think what I'll do next time I come back here, I'll open it up. We'll find out what's in it. I've used an example of like an Amazon package when it comes to the house. It's always, if you order anything from Amazon, exciting to see what's in there. And it's just really a cleaning equipment, but it can be really handy. And a lot of people, if they go back to their house, depending on where they are, your porch, patio, and the outside, probably a lot of ash. And interesting, when that fire happened in some areas, there was big chunks of just ash, not burning, but anyway, just a real mess. So that'll help clean it up. And then if you want to donate your time, there's different groups. We had heard earlier from Kim Lawton, who is somebody a lot of people in Summerland know. And Kim actually is one of the first people my wife and I met, when we first moved to this area a long, long time ago. I'm almost a local now, but not quite. I moved here in 2011 from Vancouver Island, and we did. And we met Kim Lawton early on, and she's just a people person who connects people. But anyway, she told us on this broadcast here through the chat about JCI and Rotary, who are operating tents outside of the Penticton Trade and Convention Center, and also SOEC, the South Okanagan Events Center. And they were looking for volunteers for the overnight shifts. And I'm not sure, I haven't heard in the last day or so what the status of that group is. But certainly, if you're looking to volunteer, I would connect with volunteer associations in the area directly and see what kind of help they might need. But I'll just leave you with this. If you really want to help out and you know of a family who's been impacted, if you know them directly, or say you know people who might be aware of a family who might need help, and you certainly have to be respectful of their privacy. But this is for some people, this is a very long road to recovery, and their livelihood could be affected. There's just so much around that. So whether it's helping them out with any part of recovery, funds or otherwise, they might need furniture if they're renting a place or whatever it may be. I think keep those families in mind and how you might be able to help them directly. And with that, I'm going to take a short break, and I will be back with another update, and we'll open the surprise bin next time I talk to you. And I'm going to close the little window here, just so you know, so I can also do some work. And we'll see you shortly. Thanks. Hello. Okay, you know what? I'm going to start things off with a few comments here about the comment I just saw. Someone talking about the super rich people from Trout Creek getting in first. Okay. My name is Eric, and I'm with the Regional Emergency Operations Center. And my job here was invented about 7 days ago when I went from being an information officer, providing information using information releases, social media posts, and an update once a day on video where I interview people and they give us a quick update and then we go away and you don't hear from us again. But instead, we've chosen to go with live streaming where we can in real time go back and forth and have conversations. And then when I'm looking at the chat, I have to remind people to be civil and be reasonable and save this space for people that have some contributions who they don't have to be nice. And I mean, questions are great, but just one-off comments like super rich people from Trout Creek get in first. That makes me want to address that question. Not everybody in Trout Creek is super rich. I can tell you that from knowledge. And also, if you look at a geographic map of Summerland, why would Summerland's Trout Creek region, furthest away from the fire, across the highway, get in first? So think about why that's happening. It's got nothing to do with anything other than operational procedures and safety. But that kind of comment tells me that somebody has an issue. And I've learned, and I'm again putting myself out here to call out bad behavior during an emergency when people are traumatized. Save your smart comments for somewhere else. There's other avenues for that kind of talk, but it's not here because we created a sense of community where I'm not going to let you talk about people like that and be rude just because you aren't having a good day. If you need someone to talk to, please do it that way. Talk to someone. Why are you mad? Why are you angry? We're not going to discuss that here, but I know there's help for you. If you're that upset and you want to make comments like that, maybe you're, I don't want to call you out personally. I'm just saying that kind of thing tells me somebody's not happy. So do that somewhere else if you could. Have a chat with someone else, but not here. 310-6789 is the number to call if you are having some challenges, what's going on in this incident or anything else. It's a free, confidential mental health support line, 310-6789. All right. Every once in a while, I do like to respond. I think it's good to call out behavior that's not helpful during an emergency on this platform. I'm going to open this package behind me because I thought it would be interesting to find out what's in it. And while I do that, I'm going to turn the mic off because it's going to be loud. So stand by. Can I just mention that it's kind of like a TV broadcast here. It's actually an information update. I do watch news once in a while, and I do know some of the news people. Sophie Louis is one of them I think it's okay to say she's celebrating a birthday today. I hope that's not too much personal information, but I think she's posted it before. But happy birthday to Sophie Louis. But one thing you're not going to see Sophie Louis do most nights is just like moving around the office and grabbing stuff and showing you a bucket with cleaning supplies in it. Although having said that now, you never know. Maybe on the morning show, but not during the news. Oh, full screen, sorry. Thank you very much. Let's go full screen. Okay, so here we go. This bucket comes from the Salvation Army. It's made available free. It was people are upset. If you don't want to have comments, don't offer. What I don't want to do, though, is I don't want this to devolve into name calling. Like when you say everybody in Trout Creek is rich, that's not true. That's absolutely not true. So that's what I'm talking about, is those kinds of like offside comments that are very judgmental and just random. And then suggesting that Trout Creek got in first because they're rich. That's the kind of comment I'm saying we don't want. Okay, so if that's the kind of, if it's all, you can say what you want and you just want to, it's not Facebook. This isn't Facebook. I'm not going to comment on it anymore. I'll just ignore those, but I'm just telling you, it's not Facebook or some other ranty, ravey thing. This is different. What we're doing here, it's an information update that somehow turned into a long form chat that keeps information flowing. People are asking questions, and we've got people from outside the area. People in England are watching because their families are here and they want to get information. They watch the news, but here it seems to be quite regular that we're doing that. So that's the kind of thing I say, go ahead and express your opinion. But I'm thinking of factual, like I don't like that they built the landfill there. Good point. Let's talk to somebody about that. But if you say something like, they were all dumb, whatever, I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so what we've got in here is cleaning supplies. And now, in a flood or something, this would definitely be important. But in a wildfire, for most people, now again, I appreciate it. And anything I say, you have to know in the back of my mind, I'm very aware that some people have lost their property, and I know people directly, a number of people, quite a few of them who live in electoral area F and Garnet Valley. So we're not minimizing anything by talking about homes that might have debris around it or the stuff that fell out of the sky. So keep that in mind, please. But here's what's in here is a broom. So the idea with this is it's got the main supplies. You have to obviously get the broom handle, so that's important. A mop, and again, this is free, and it was made available by the Salvation Army, and there were several of them at Trout Creek Elementary School. So for the next wave of this staged re-entry, these may be available, but I decided to tell you what's in there. Oh, I forgot. Look at that. It does actually have the handle. That makes a lot of sense. What a good idea. Gloves, an OK mask, but it's free, right? My coworker Carmen and Claire, they provided this for me, which I haven't used. Maybe now is a good time to wear it. But so this is a bit more of a serious mask. I think it might be N95. Yeah, it is. So if I wear that, it'd probably be hard to hear me. But this mask I think might be better than the ones in there. Okay, what else we got? There was a show called The Friendly Giant for children a long time ago. For those of us who are a bit older, I think he did stuff like this where he looked at things. Maybe that's not the right show. So that looks like more for scrubbing. Tough bristles there. Lots of garbage bags. Squeegee thing. Ooh, cleaning supplies. That Bully 2. It's a hard surface cleaner. Degreaser, yeah. There you go. What else? Let's see. Look at that. There you go. Pretty exciting. Some OK gloves. They're not exactly, it's free again. And a mop. There you go. So that's what's in that kit. Certainly we'll find out. I'm going to share with my colleagues that we've opened up the bucket here and find out if there's any more available, where you can get them and that kind of thing. But of course, you can get in touch with the Salvation Army. So thanks to them. Now, I know there's lots of different groups and organizations that are providing help and providing supplies, and we're not going to go through everybody. But because I got the bucket yesterday, I went into the Trout Creek Elementary entrance and on my way to do our live broadcast from the temporary access pass checkpoint. Wanted to stop in and see what that was all about at the school. And the school was set up so that people could go in and talk to people and get information, but many people didn't go there because they had already been talking to some of the elected officials in the area, mayor and council, and other volunteers, some community volunteers who just showed up and put on a safety vest and greeted, most of them knew each other, so they were greeting their friends and neighbors. So that was really nice to see. We are going to, at 4 o'clock, we'll do a quick reset and talk a bit about what is going on today. I know you want to know more about the staged reentry plans, all those plans underway right now. I can't talk about them because I don't have the details. I've been in here sharing information that I do know, and we spoke earlier. If you've just joined us, you can rewind and talk to Cam Bond. And that reminds me, we've got some people here in the information section who are helping, who had some really good points. So, for example, we had our BC Wildfire update. So one of the things we can do is we can find that update for you, and you can save you can share it as a link where it'll jump. As soon as someone plays the link, it will start at the BC Wildfire update. So I'm going to remind my colleagues that it would be really helpful if we have that one and then the presentation from Cam Bond at the landfill, so that you don't have to search through to try and find it. Oh, this is funny. I mentioned that I moved here in 2011, and someone said you have to be here for 35 years to officially be a local, and I'm okay with that. And then you get a street named after you and your family. Well, thanks. That's good to know. I came from Vancouver Island prior to that, and I've lived in different parts of the country, but when I was on the island, I guesstimated that 1 in 10, maybe 2 in 10 people, and totally anecdotally, were from Vancouver Island originally. In the Okanagan, I haven't really figured it out yet. I don't really know. A lot of people's families go a long way back. Of course, Seal Okanagan people go back many, 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 many generations. But as far as, someone like myself, my family goes back through my wife's side to the 50s, and which, actually, sorry, the 40s. I'm proud of that. I think it's great. And I won't get into the details because that's personal information that I can't share as a government official. I'm going to take a very short break. I'm going to come back in just a couple minutes, and we'll start at 4 o'clock with a proper EOC update where I go into the details of what we have available for you, and hopefully it will be helpful for you. But I want to go out into the Emergency Operations Center, talk to the information section team, and see if there's any new information or new concerns that are coming in through the call center. And while I wrap things up, I'll say thank you, thank you, thank you to all the volunteers and people who just jumped in to help out with this emergency. It's still very much an emergency. For many, it's moving into recovery. But we heard from Aaron earlier about the current state of this fire, the wildfire, Bald Range wildfire, still very active in some areas. Not out of the woods yet, so to speak. It is considered not held, so it's still active, out of control. But everybody who's been volunteering, it's really made a big difference. And then just quickly, I mentioned the call center. So we have staff from the RDOS who've been at the call center and others who've been helping. And it's an interesting place to be because it's the front lines. You're receiving calls from people. Some of them are upset, and some of them are concerned, and they're probably scared and they're stressed. So to be the person that answers the phone and to be a calm voice and provide some information is a really, really important role. And I want to thank those people for doing that. And they include Matt Hatch and Allison and Michelle and so many others, Leslie. It's been really, really cool. So I'll be right back in just a second. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric Thompson, and I am not hitting the news on time. The EOC update it's not the news, but it's EOC update, trying for the top of the hour. But I've been having conversations with the information section, and these are valuable conversations where I'm getting some really good feedback and making sure I know what the direction is for the next while. And I know a lot of you want information about the re-entry plan, the staged re-entry, and I'll tell you what Graham Stat told us earlier, and then that plan, as he knows it, will be shared with you at 6 o'clock, and we'll look ahead to what the next operational period is. But so if I'm not talking about it, it's because I literally don't have the latest updates and they're not made available. In the information section in an emergency operations center, when information is verified, that's when we share it. So we don't share it before it's verified. So if I'm not sharing anything with you, information hasn't been provided to the information section to share with people. So that's really, really important. People are asking about the evacuation orders. So here's what we've got. Right now, the current evacuation alerts and orders that are in place remain in place, and at this moment, there is no change. BC Wildfire provides recommendation on changes in orders, but it is the local government that has authority. And at the moment that anything changes, notice will go out on Voyant Alert, so you can sign up for that, and you'll get a notice on either your phone, or you can get text. You can also get an email. And right now I'm just opening up a window so that I can bring up the website that has the map on it that shows all the current evacuation alerts and orders in this region. And while I'm doing that, hold on 1 second, please. Stand by. I'm just going to take this call. Hi, everyone. Sorry about that. I'm actually in the process right now of speaking with a member of the media, and I didn't want to miss this call because they're looking for confirmation on an interview for tomorrow, and I don't like to leave people hanging, so that's why I had to go away. So I'm just going to put this back on mute, and I'll be back in just a moment to continue our update. Okay. It's not a social contract, but the contract we have for the arrangement is that I'm going to be online here as much as I can. going forward, I really don't want to give any false expectations. I also don't have any illusions that anybody wants to watch me all day long. But what I will do is commit to that 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock update for the next week or so at least, while we continue through the recovery process. And for some, it's still a response. This fire is still active. People are looking for information about when they're going to go home, and we're here to provide that. Okay, that's very interesting. People would like to know which report they're listening to and watching. So if you go back to the recording, they're all time-stamped. And now on the information that I've been putting in there, because we're moving pretty fast, I just call it the same thing, but I put a different date on it. So the title of each one of these when they're recorded, I mean, if you're watching right now live, you're watching the Saturday, August 15th edition. But yeah, I'll mention that. Oh, can I do full screen? Sure. I guess so. I heard there's a fire. There was an alert that went out. I just heard this from a friend over in the UK. I think it was in Wales, somewhere. Sorry, somewhere overseas. I don't know where. I won't guess. But anyway, it actually upset people. So I don't know if it was Wales or if it was which particular area it was in. But people didn't like that they got a notification. And I think that's really interesting because here in this part of the world, we're used to getting some sort of notification when there's a major emergency. And, you know, with Voyant Alert, the idea is that there's a critical notification, which is an alert or an order, just so you know that you're under an alert or order. And I think for some people that can be troubling, and I can totally appreciate that. But anyway, I want to talk for just a moment about people who are they've been in an evacuation order for a while, and now their property has been, the order has been downgraded to an alert. And what does that mean for services that they may be relying on? And that might be transportation such as a taxi or whatever it may be, and others who might be coming into their home to help them. If your property is on an order, obviously, well, not obviously, but certainly you won't be on the property, and nobody else will be going there and can't provide that service for you. So whatever arrangements you may have made wherever you are now is what you're going to have to manage. But when you go home, if you go back to your property and you're under an alert, your property's under an evacuation alert, most of those services, unless there are some impacts to the services that are outside of this area, under an alert, they can absolutely go back to your home and help you. So there's no restrictions on that. Basically, what an alert means, which is what the first area that where that order was lifted in Trout Creek, which again is the furthest from the fire, and there weren't deemed to be any major safety or any safety hazards that would prevent people from going home. While that area is on an alert, there's no restrictions, so people aren't having to check in or do anything. They're on an alert just as a reminder to stay prepared in case anything changes. So I think that's really, really important. And now, again, if you're watching this, you're waiting for me to say, there's been a change to the staged reentry. The moment I get that information, and that's why this live stream is good, you're going to hear it first here, and it will go out through all the different channels right away, through Voyant Alert. Anyone who had an order notification, it will change to alert, and they'll get that information. Which reminds me, I'm going to talk to my team a little bit about that and what that might look like when you get a notification through Voyant that it's now no longer an order, but it's an alert. So I'm going to ask about that. And then I'll see what other information I can find as well that might be new and interesting for you. Again, it's Saturday, August 15th. My name is Eric Thompson, and I'm with the Regional Emergency Operations Center. And anyone who is under that evacuation order still does qualify for emergency supports. You will need to renew, and that's important to know that the reception center remains open at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. It's open until 6 o'clock today on August 15th, and operating at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. So we call emergency support services ESS. Some ESS supports are issued by Interact e-Transfer. They expire now between now and August 17th. If you're getting e-Transfer, you don't have to go to a reception center. Excuse me, I had some root beer in. It's a little too fizzy for me at the moment. Hard to read. You can call this number 1-800. I'll put that in the chat. 1-800 387-4258. That's the ESS number. So if you want to renew your ESS, that's the number to call, 387, make sure I get that right, 4258. 4258. So that is the number you call. I'm going to double check this because it's going out. 1-800-387-4258. And because I need to double check, I used to be a journalist, I like to check the facts, get other sources. 1-800-387-4258. Gone. I'll pin it, and then you can find it in the chat. There you go. So that's the number to call. The lines are open daily between 7:30 a.m. and 11 p.m. for ESS renewal. And now I'd like you to be aware that when an area is downgraded from an evacuation order to an alert, you can go home. But that also means that all supports you previously received through ESS, Emergency Support Services, will then come to an end. Only those on evacuation order are eligible for ESS. Many of you will know that already, but I think it's important. Getting supports, your property is under an evacuation order, you continue to get those supports. You do have to renew after 72 hours. Gave you the phone number there. You don't have to go to the reception center. You can renew using the phone. When the order is lifted and it's downgraded to an alert, remain on alert. It means be alert, be prepared in case conditions change. Make sure you're ready. Take the time to get ready, get prepared. Because if an order is reintroduced, you've had that time now to get prepared. Hopefully that won't happen. But anyway, I want to let you know that. And then those supports will end once that order is lifted. And I know that's what you want. Everybody wants that order to just be lifted and changed. And that's what all the crew are working on right now to expedite. And Graham Stadt, if you've just joined us, did say that earlier. What he said, Graham Stadt's the CAO of the District of Summerland and also one of the EOC directors here, EOC being the Emergency Operations Center. He said that the hope, the plan is to get more people back sooner. So rather than little pockets, they're trying to expand. There was a map that went around on Facebook of a map of the planning region. It was an early map, and it was it was posted at the ESS reception center because people wanted a map. And I think some people took that as that's the plan. And it wasn't the reentry plan that is being developed. It's so whatever it, I didn't look at it that closely, but it's been, he's trying to make sure that more people get back sooner. So as soon as that information is confirmed, you'll hear it here first, or you might hear it on your local news, depending on how that happens for you. If people are allowed back into Summerland, are we keeping the overnight closure of Highway 97 in place? That's an excellent question. It really depends which areas are open. What happened with Trail Creek was open, so the roadblock was moved up to Arkell. So now that whole section is open. And now the highway, the remainder of it is, the closure is in effect from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And remember, there's a section where you can, it's a turnaround point in case you get there late. So if you're there at 7:01, you won't be able to go through 7:01 in the morning or whatever, you know what I mean, after, 7 p.m. if you show up late, just like BC Ferries. Gate closure, and that allows the crews to get back to work, and it keeps crews safe as well. Let's see. There are no new evacuation alerts or orders today. Yesterday, which was Friday, August 14th, there were some new evacuation orders and alerts put in place. If you have any questions, you can visit the RDOS website, which you can see sort of behind me, but the bucket's in the way. And so is the stuff here. I have to put some of that away. RDOS.bc.ca, or you can go to the District of Summerland website, and that is summerland.ca. I know the audio here is not amazing. I've got this little unit here. But that allows me to interview people and put the phone here. Going forward, as we develop this technology further, I don't know if it'll happen on this round, maybe happen through another incarnation of this that isn't about emergencies. There is a little DJI microphone that I have that I might use for this, because then it's better audio, and I just don't have it set up right now because we really moved quickly. Good question. Someone's asking about transit in Summerland. And I've got a pen. And I'm going to write that down. Right now, of course, because there's an evacuation order in place, that's challenging, but I don't know exactly what it means for the through route. I should know that if you, but I haven't, that hasn't come to me yet. I'll find out anyway. Someone said I shouldn't type too hard on the keyboard. I know, because this microphone is right in front of the keyboard. I'm in a unique situation here because I'm at my desk. I need to find information, and I have a microphone. But thank you for that reminder to not. I tend to do hard keyboard slams anyway. Transit for Summerland. Thank you for the reminder. Real-time information. I was going to show you a microphone. We've got reset coming up, and then an update at 6 with Graham. 70 is running through, and I don't want to say what you just said because I haven't verified it. So I'll find out. But thank you for the information, people in the chat. Well, you can probably read it. 70 is running through Summerland during the day. I'm sure it is, but I can't. You're not getting that confirmed by me. I don't speak on behalf of BC Transit, but I encourage you to go to the website to find out. But I'll certainly mark that with our team there as something we should be aware of in the information that we're putting out in the Return to Home guide. I got to clean up here. I'm going to have to take a break later to clean up some of my mess. The re-entry kit right here. We'll make sure that transit, and it may already be mentioned there. I quickly looked through here, but I don't recall seeing transit. Now, the other thing to remember too is transit for the regional district and for the district of Summerland. It's a different integration, I believe, but it is a regional service. Yeah, I don't think it's in there, but I'll find out. Maybe we can add it for the next one, or just go right directly to BC Transit. Good reminder, thank you. This is more just for people who are into technology. This is a great little microphone that I could probably set up through Bluetooth when I have a moment. So it would go like this. It looks like almost like a small animal. But the nice thing is that I can take it off and I can interview people. Hi, person who's going to talk. And there's also a unit that you can get. I'm going to take this phone call real quick because I keep missing it. Excuse me for 1 second, and then I'll come back for a 4:30 update. Okay. I was just speaking with the RCMP, and I'm not in trouble. We have a liaison. So in an emergency operations center, you have liaisons. So you need a liaison to different agencies and organizations. One of them is the RCMP, and the RCMP officer just came up to me and we had a quick chat. And I got to say, when I talk to first responders of all sorts, RCMP, firefighters, certainly anyone who is paramedic, the list goes on and on. They're people who are different because it's a different level of service. Because we spoke earlier about when this fire broke out, there were people like RCMP and search and rescue and others, including fire services personnel, who were heading toward the fire to make sure they got people out. In some cases, in other cases, to fight the fire. Whereas those of us who are civilians need to head the other way and get away from it for our safety and the safety of our families. But firefighters and others go toward the danger, and I think it's always amazing. I want to take a moment now to just do a quick reset and tell you what the rest of our operational period on this live stream looks like. At 6 o'clock, we'll have an update. And if you've seen any of these updates before, we're very candid with Graham Stat on what he's working on, any information he can share with us. Sometimes he gives us new information, and I always do appreciate that. So we'll hear from Graham Stat and possibly Deborah Jones-Middleton as well. And then what you're waiting for, I know, is what are the confirmed details on the stage 3 entry? When will you know? What's the size and all of that? As soon as it's available, you'll get it here first, along with the buoyant alert notification. It'll be on the website here, both websites, RDOS, the Emergency Operations Center. That's the page we're using, and then summerland.ca as well. So it is a jurisdictional situation there, which may be confusing for some people. And if that's the case, I do apologize. A regional emergency operations center includes the other partners. And so in this case, I think it's 5,800 plus properties are on evacuate or were on evacuation order. So that's a huge area just in Summerland alone. And then we look at right now on order areas in electoral area F, which is the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen. There are other alerts in place as well, including Penticton Indian Band, St. Pinkton. And then if we look to the north, we've got another regional district that's neighboring this area. It's the regional district of Central Okanagan. One side, it's regional district of Kootenay Boundary, Fraser Valley Regional District, TNRD, which is the Thompson-Nicola Regional District. And one quick note on communications, once a month, people who do my job at regional districts get together online in a virtual meeting, and we talk about different issues, and it's called the Regional District Communication Professionals something group. It's been really, really helpful over the last couple of years to be doing that, because we workshop things. So one communications person will say they're building a new website. What kind of challenges do you have? And what that does is it provides people with information, and it also provides an opportunity for everybody to get better together. And so that's been really interesting. I just wanted to mention that to any of my communications colleagues out there who are watching. And I have heard from some of you. I do appreciate it. I heard, excuse me, from my friend Evan. I hope he doesn't mind me mentioning his name, Evan Middleton. I used to work with him in Victoria, and he now works in local government, also a trail runner. But he sent me the nicest note the other day about communications and the fact that his team was watching. And that was really heartwarming, just on a personal note. But he was just talking about sitting there with his people watching, and they were just interested to see how we're using a live stream to share information. And I wanted to talk to those of you who are watching to get information, but also those of you who are watching who might be involved in this field or any related field. We've done something a little bit different here because we could, and because I have the support of management here and people who are in a senior leadership role, but also my fellow EOC professionals. And that is when we went live Friday to start sharing information, because there was a major emergency, and that was the best way we could start getting information out while we continue the buoyant alert and posting on their usual channels. And we haven't really stopped. But the goal really is not to do that, because it's not that sustainable. So if an emergency happens in your area, you might not want to expect that your local government's going to have the capacity to do this, because it is challenging. You've seen us workshop some of the challenges, and it's fraught with peril. It is. I've worked in this area for a long, long time, and I feel like even with a fairly solid background in this, I can say something wrong at any moment. And when I say wrong, what I mean is, you want information, you don't want a talk show. I don't know what you want, but I'm just saying that the purpose of what we're doing here is to provide verified information in a timely manner that you can use for your family, with backup material, the other information on the different platforms, printed off for the reception center. It's just keep the information flowing, keep it consistent. But the engagement part is really important, because I might think that you need information about one thing, and then somebody gives me a good point here, or we hear about it through crew out in the field or at the call center, and that helps guide what we're doing. If people think that there's a problem with ESS and they're not getting the information they need, I can't tell you how many times I've heard from a couple of the elected officials that I know who've said people are contacting them and asking them questions about ESS, so we should address it, and then we can address it, which we do. And I think that's really, really important. So that feedback loop is really good. Yes, I came from Vancouver Island. I'm an outsider. Somebody is commenting on the chat here. Those of you who use, I don't use YouTube a lot. Well, until I became a reality show a while ago, which is kind of weird. But I know until I started doing these regular updates throughout the day, I wasn't really using YouTube a ton in a live streaming format. So those of you who are watching, there were two questions that came up. One is, for the viewer watching on a YouTube live stream, can they click that closed captioning button to watch the closed captioning? And I don't know the answer to that, and I feel bad saying I don't know that, but we started using the technology at a very base level, and we're trying to workshop it, so the next time people use it, we're going to have, I'm going to the BRC conference in November. I'd already planned to go to the Building Resilient Communities conference in Nanaimo in November to do a presentation on this topic, on using video, not live, but using video for or during emergencies. And I was going to talk about using Teams, where you can do a taped segment. You can do it live as well, but a taped segment where you're talking to somebody, providing the information, but you can use share screen to provide the visuals. It's kind of a workaround to have a slideshow. And I was going to talk a bit more about that and some of the other opportunities. And back a few years back, when we were doing live updates, we'd do a 1 hour update through YouTube, but we'd have people sitting around a table and we'd talk about whatever the issue was. We could also bring people in online through WebEx. But now, when I go to that Building Resilient Communities, I'm going to talk a bit about how this played out and how other local governments can use it, but not in this same format, because I don't see a lot of people wanting to do long form like this. It's kind of like this just happened and it's evolved. And because I'm able to do it, I'm going to continue until I'm not. And I think, and I said on Friday I was done, and we were just going to do 2 and 6 today. But then I realized I was going to come in. I got a good sleep, and I wanted to talk a bit about some of the other issues that were happening. So I came on the air here, and I'm still here. But tomorrow, what we're really going to focus on is getting that 2 o'clock update and that 6 o'clock update. But having said that, if changes happen, it's so important to be able to share it with people in real time. So wherever you're watching, a lot of people did leave the area, and I know you're waiting to know when you're going to go home, and I know people are waiting to know when they're going to get in to see their property. And because I'm not talking about it, isn't because of anything other than the fact that the information hasn't been confirmed. And until I'm given information like this piece of paper here, which talks about other things with confirmed information, I won't be able to talk about that, because it's inappropriate. Because, and Graham's talked about that, we verify information, then we share it. We don't guess. The re-entry is a staged process, as you know. People who want to get home, who are under an evacuation order throughout this region, want to know. And there are different areas being allowed to go home at different times. Emergency officials are working hard to get all areas back home as soon as possible. It's just not about the fire. There's other needs, water, gas, sewer, that type of thing. The re-entry information will be available on the District of Summerland website. And also on the re-entry kit that you might receive. I think pretty soon I'm going to have to clean up my desk, because it looks like I've just emptied out the back of a truck or something. These items that you see here were part of the kit that was given out after the first re-entry. They're donated by Salvation Army, and they can be quite handy because there's a lot of mess from the smoke. And there's a mop that's in there. It's got a lot of good stuff, some gloves, And there's a basic mask in there, better than nothing if you're going to be mopping up stuff, but you might want to get yourself an N95 like this. I think that's highly recommended, just in case. Put that on. Let's leave that on like that. You got to put the bottom piece on too. Exits are that way. Okay, well, I don't have much more information, so I think now is a very good time for me to take a break and remind you that we'll have our next update in about 10 minutes. I'll come back with the latest information, do a bit of a reset. How people will watch this, I don't know, but we have said that top of the hour, while I'm here for this longer extended format, we'll try to do a quick reset. I'm going to check with the team, see if there's anything new or interesting or important. They are cheering right now. I think it's because of one of our coworkers who they're celebrating. I don't know what I'll remind them we're doing a live show here. There's no happiness. Every time I'm talking here, I always think about it. My mind right now is with people who've lost property and they know about it, because it's really challenging to talk about all the different things that we need to talk about and talk about people who are trying to get on with their lives and others still don't know. So I just want you to know that no matter what we're talking about, it's with all due respect to people who are in a difficult spot right now. And I've actually this morning spoken with a friend who lost his home, and it's heartbreaking. And what we have to focus on is what we do have in our lives and what we need to get on with our lives, and also remind us that when that fire broke out and people had to escape, some with their lives, that's exactly what they do have. They have the health and happiness of their family for now. Maybe not happy, but you can house stuff, although it's personal and important, and that can't be replaced. But the fact that your family is safe is important. I'm going to take, yes, and there's one death, and I know there's one death. I don't like to talk about, it feels like it's personal details for that person. I've said before, and I'll say it again. Of course, our hearts go out to someone, that family. And, but in my role, I don't want to talk about issues like that and bring it up, because out of respect to the family. So it goes without saying. It goes without saying that the RCMP reported there was one death as a result of this fire. But I'm going to go with talking about the other details that I can talk about from personal experience from friends and what we've seen on social media. That information is out there. And that information about the number of properties impacted, there's a lot of stats and information out there. That information will be made available as soon as it's verified and confirmed. And that reminds me that I'm going to go talk to the team and just get a current list of the number of properties that are currently under evacuation order and alert, and we can share that. I know sometimes the media would like that as well. I'm going to take a very short break, and I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, sorry about that. I was here and then I was not. A colleague of mine who has been working with us, Tracy from the Columbia Shuswap Regional District. I was just talking to her. She's going to be heading out, and we do appreciate all the help she's provided to us during an emergency like this. It's all hands on deck. And you probably saw, Tracy, if you had a chance to see our remote broadcast that we did from the temporary access pass checkpoint. Tracy's been a real resource. And during an emergency, there is a lot of moving information, a lot of moving parts, I should say, and information moving around quickly. So to have experienced people come in to support people here really does make a difference, because it allows us to do a better job to make sure we're not missing anything. I saw a comment there about the Emergency Support Services Reception Center. That's a good example of where things changed pretty quickly. A lot of people all of a sudden were on evacuation order. Changes were made to improve what was happening, try and speed things up. And I believe what happened in that situation will then inform the next time another community has to deal, or this community has to deal with any kind of an evacuation order, so that anything that was learned from that can be taken away and improved. But it's the volunteers in the Emergency Support Services program are amazing. And then you've got other agencies that support at the reception center. At some point in this region, we'll see a resiliency center built, and that will provide additional resources for those who are in the recovery phase of this major incident. Started on Friday, just after 5:30, Friday, August the 7th. So right now, there's not a lot of new information that I can share with you. I did a bit of a reset earlier, just reminding you, if you are getting emergency support services right now, there's a phone number to call. I pinned it in the chat. No changes to the current evacuation alerts and orders right now. The staged reentry project, the staged reentry plans. We'll have the latest on that, whatever Graham Stats been working on in the group, and what information we have available. I have no confirmed information, and at such time as there's any change, I'll be given that information, but we'll make sure it goes out through Voyant Alert and the other channels. The Emergency Support Services Reception Center, as I mentioned earlier, they have a telephone line attached to the ESS program, and for renewal of your support, you can call the number 1-800-387-4258. You don't have to go into the reception center. The reception center right now at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center is open daily right now, today anyway, that I know of, so unless things change, but currently 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. There were some new evacuation alerts and orders on yesterday, which was, I've lost track of time, Friday, August 14th. And you can get more information online at rdos.bc.ca, or you can go to the District of Summerland website, summerland.ca. Okay, someone here is sharing information about closed captions to add them to a YouTube stream. You open the YouTube studio, click Create, Go Live. I'm going to take a picture of that, and when I have a moment, I'm going to do it. I'm going to try not to do it while I'm talking, because it's always challenging to do that kind of thing. So I'll take a picture of that. Give it a try. I do appreciate that technical feedback. You want confirmed information, not guest information. He just said guest information posted. I don't know what that means. Any information that is confirmed here at the Emergency Operations Center will be online on the websites, rdos.bc.ca, summerland.ca. The information will be sent out through Voyant Alert, the notification system. If you haven't signed up yet, you should sign up. I'm going to take a break, and I'll come back shortly with more. Thank you. Hello, it's 6 o'clock. Welcome back to our live feed. And where is our window? Our window has gone away. Stand by. Just make sure you can hear me right now. I'm just working on our camera. Oh, there it is. That's why you can't see me. Okay, I was a little worried there. There was no camera, but now we've got it. Okay, good. We've got Graham Stat with us here. This is the live stream for 6 o'clock. It's the EOC update from the Regional Emergency Operations Center. My name is Eric Thompson, and I do appreciate you joining us for our update. Throughout the day, we've been talking a lot about some of the different elements of this wildfire response and recovery, and we've had Graham come in well, I think probably 7 days in a row, or losing track of how many days we've had, but he's been really good about coming in and spending a bit of time here to talk about what we know about the Bald Range wildfire. And what we know as far as the latest on that wildfire came earlier from BC Wildfire Service, and we have our information section working to make sure that we have those links available so that when you click on the link, it'll take you right to where the interview was with Aaron, which was just after 2 o'clock for BC Wildfire Service. And then we also heard from Cam Bond earlier. That was a little closer to 3 o'clock, our local time, and he talked a bit about what was going on at the landfill. But now Graham Stat's going to join us. He is the CAO, Chief Administrative Officer with Summerland, also one of the EOC directors here at our location in Penticton. So I'll ask you to come on in here, Graham. And I guess at this point, really what people are looking for is two things. A lot of the information that we're getting and the questions that have been coming in, all about the staged reentry for one, and then the temporary access pass checkpoints and the process. So why don't we start first of all with the one that people really want to know is they want to get home and they want to know when they can get home. And what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, as everybody knows, we we did that Trout Creek area east of the highway yesterday. It went extremely well. It was kind of a soft launch. I think people are glad to be back home. We learned a lot through that. One of the things we learned through that, because it went so well, is first of all, that soft launch approach is really important rather than specific times, which do cause problems for us and our partners. So that soft launch approach will probably be still what we keep doing, but also we learned that we can do bigger areas probably faster and than we had originally anticipated. So what we're going to keep doing is trying to drive as fast as we can, as large as we can, to get as many people as we can back home safely.
Sorry, just doing some crowd control there. I'm asking people just, we have a lot of action going on here. I just want people to keep their voices down. I'm in my office, so people sometimes forget that we're in here doing a broadcast. So what would you say, I'm going to put you on the spot because that seems to be the right thing to do sometimes, just to ask some of these questions, but what would you say are one of the biggest challenges, or what is one of the biggest challenges in getting an entire community back into their homes during an evacuation order?
Yeah, I mean, some of the biggest challenges, of course, I mean, you're talking about all of the Summerland proper.
Yeah.
I mean, the challenges that we're facing are the things we've talked about before. We've got the landfill on fire. It's affecting some areas around the landfill. It's a going concern. I understand you talked at some length with our landfill specialist there today and the complexities of managing that environmental quality of the air, et cetera. So there's areas of the community where we still are restoring power. A lot of power poles burned up in some areas. That caused problems, debris, et cetera. And in areas in the community where maybe less impacted by fire directly, were impacted by those tertiary effects, including things restoring our utilities. And then when we light up an area for reentry, we have to do so in mind of, traffic flow, keeping things orderly, working with our partners at Ministry of Transportation and others to make sure they're in agreement with our reentry areas.
Okay, so the key for people to know then is that when the next area is released or the order is downgraded, that they'll find out through Voyant Alert, they'll find out through the website and here on the live stream, the actual size of that region, exactly where it is. when it's confirmed and everything is deemed safe, there are reasons why you have to announce it in an orderly fashion. And I think we should talk about that so people understand. Because, for example, if you just say, okay, it's open right now, and it's not, or there's a challenge, then you could have an issue where there's a lot of people driving to an area. I think one of the big important points we saw with Trout Creek, for example, small area, pretty specific what the region was, but there was some confusion for people, whether it was the east or west side. So being really specific about those areas is challenging. So people, to find that information, can look at that buoyant alert, but also go on the map that we have that you're looking at there on the right, which is not up at the moment. But that, we'll bring that up. But did you want to talk a bit about that, is how important it is to make sure that the specific area of the order downgrade is made clear to people?
Yeah. So what we're doing when we move people back into an area on reentry, we're going from that sort of evacuation to then back to an evacuation alert. So people should stay alert, first of all, and be ready to leave if they need to again. There's a lot of complexities still. Resources are spread all across the regional district as we continue to work with our partners in some new fire activity in other areas. So please continue to be alert, but it also means that the services and the supports come to an end for that area when you move off of evacuation order to alert. So, you know, being sensitive to, is that area really ready for that? Are the houses, you know, still standing and all that sort of thing, and being very respectful of that. And we do have some plans to do more quickly based on the information that we analyzed today.
And just to be clear, people are asking about the reentry map. This is not a reentry map. What this is it's the latest evacuation alerts and orders. So that's intended to show you.
That's right.
You go to that website. So first of all, you go to the RDOS website, or you can go to the Summerland website. But through the RDOS website, you'll find that map. We also have our Emergency Operations Center website. It's emergency.rdos.bc.ca, and you click on the link there, and I'll put it in the chat in just a moment. But the bottom line is, if you're under an evacuation order, if your property's on order or alert, you'll know about it through Buoyant Alert. You check this map. Now, there's the re-entry map that people are talking about. That's the map that's released, and I've got the document right there. Through the entry guide, or excuse me, the re-entry guide has, I'm going to check to see if there's a map in that, sorry. Because I think this is going to be
where there's a map is on the reentry website.
That's right.
We put the order up, and the order attaches a specific map of the area. So in relation to Trout Creek, if you go to that website and you click on that Trout Creek reentry, you'll see the order associated where we've gone from, you know, that order down to that alert, and in association with that, there's actually a map of the Trout Creek area. Now, I think the other thing people might be talking about is there an Uber map that we're working with that shows all of our exact thinking and exactly how it's going to go in terms of those dominoes? Why can't people have access to that information? I think is part of the question as well.
And now that's an operational map that is subject to change. That's the key there, because the map that you release is the one that's verified, and as you say, made available on the website. Will there be paper copies of that available? Is that something that people would need to know exactly what areas are impacted?
Yeah, as we go forward with further stages of reentry and we launch into those reentry points, we're really asking people to use the information on our website. It's all up there. As new reentry guides become available, they'll be loaded on there. As we move to alert instead of having that order, it'll be loaded on there. So really encouraging people to do that.
So people are looking for a rough timeline, and I want to be clear on this, how the process works. Once you've verified an area and once it's ready to be released in each area, that information will go out through the regular channels. And you do that so that you don't give people a false sense of hope that they're going in if things change, because it's not 100% verified until you're ready to go. And on the day, it's not just about whether it's safe due to a wildfire danger or services or anything like that. There's a lot of other parts that have to be in place, and that includes traffic control. There's a very real danger that if you don't have the right amount of traffic control, especially now when you're looking at getting more people into a larger area, some big logistical challenges.
Yeah, and I mean, just to give you a snapshot of, so there's going to be more reentry tomorrow. Keep an eye out for that. Trout Creek was 400 properties. that was a big chunk. And some of our original thinking was going to be, there'd be a next area and a next area and a next area. And now that went well enough. We're feeling comfortable enough with where we're at with, wastewater treatment or a plan for refuse removal, etc. We're going to take 3 of the areas we had planned for. We're lumping them together into a chunk that's going to be 800 properties, and we're going to push that tomorrow. So we're trying to do where we're putting our energy. We could put a lot of energy into creating a map that's a master map. It would take a lot of time and effort, even to get to something that's just modeling, and all modeling is wrong because modeling is just modeling. What we're trying to do is to say, let's put our energy into moving with bigger chunks faster, and then trying to get that out to the public so we get people back home and in their beds, which is, I think, really what a lot of people are really hoping for.
Okay, so people are asking this question. They want to know, why don't you tell them what the zone is today so they can get ready for tomorrow?
Yeah,
what happens if you do that?
Yeah, I definitely had thought about doing that. To be honest, I empathize. That's what I would want. If I was a resident that was waiting to go back, and I am a resident waiting to go back, although I won't be going back anytime soon. So that's what I would want. The problem is when we work with our broader partners, and that includes other, RCMP, when we talk about Ministry of Transportation and others, they have to also work with us to think about things like, let's say we're going to do 2,000 properties, hypothetically. State all those people arriving to certain places at the same time, the challenges that could cause, and then they have concerns with that traffic safety. And then being lots of new people into adjacent areas where we don't want people to come back yet. And then that sort of Swiss cheese effect from an enforcement perspective that we'd be asking our limited RCMP members that are doing many things across a broad area to monitor for. So we are turning up the tap faster. We feel we can do that. We're trying to work with people doing that. And I hope you trust us that we're going pedal to the metal in terms of what we feel we can handle with our utilities, with our partners, and other considerations.
Okay, and I want to jump in there for just a moment. And I've seen the comments in the chat, and I've heard comments from other people. It's easy to say, just do it this way because that's what I want. But the challenge is, what you're saying is that you need to keep the properties safe that are not going to be removed from the evacuation order. And there's a process. There are a lot of people and a lot of moving parts. There's the safety. If you just say, oh, let's just go, everybody go in right now, you can't do that. And I mean, you're giving them as much information as you can. You're listening to the feedback. For example, when the next area, and people can probably put 2 and 2 together and get a good sense of where the next area might be based on the proximity to the wildfire and that type of thing. Mm-hmm. What would be inappropriate would be to do it at noon or 1 when people still have hotel rooms or have to get accommodation. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to, you've pretty much alluded to it. The idea is you do it as soon as you can in the day so that doesn't happen. People have as much time as possible. Have you talked to any businesses who are directly impacted who might need to go and get supplies ready so that those people can make sure they have what they need?
Yeah, thanks. You're coaching me today. I appreciate that. Yes. What we've been doing is trying to get businesses awareness that things are changing in an area they may be locating, and getting them a little bit of early access to get ready. Understanding once we open that area, it's actually open. Like, residents are living there, people can come and go as they please. Freedom of movement, which is a constitutional right, we want to restore as quickly as absolutely possible as soon as we have that safety and all other considerations. And so we want those businesses in there. We want them to see what they need to do. We want them to, be ready to serve that public as they get back in. So we have been giving them some early access. I think, then they're talking definitely with others, and people are saying, well, they know stuff we don't know. But even then, it's not like we're not telling businesses, okay, you're a part of this sort of blob, and this is what's happening with that, and it's going to be on this specific day. We're staging them in earlier with some things still subject to change, including the boundaries and the timelines on those broader areas. We're just trying to get them in earlier.
I'm going to be clear with people who are commenting online, and I've heard these comments from other people when they're saying they know what they won't say. What you know is that you have a plan in place that when it's ready to be activated, which means partners, that means people who do security and road control and RCMP are all in place and ready. And that happens in an orderly fashion. It doesn't happen at 6 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a process to be followed that has been used in many, many other areas. And it's about keeping people safe, and it's about following the process. So we have been, I think, extremely transparent here by bringing you in here to have this conversation. Normally what would happen, and I want to be clear about that, normally what would happen is you'd get some sort of an information release saying, at this time you can go home, that's it. Maybe a quote, maybe somebody talks to you. But I think what's been happening here is an absolute effort to give as much information as possible by following a process that keeps people safe and works with all the different agencies and partners available. And people are going to be frustrated. I get that. I don't feel I've ever had any more information than anybody else, because when I'm in here, I'm talking to people and listening to questions. And then I say to them at 6 o'clock, like we've just seen, Graham's going to come in here. And what has Graham told me? He's told me what he's just told you, is that you're working on a plan and the next area is going to be released when it's ready. And then that process, tomorrow, the next phase will come in. You'll tell us what we need to do and we'll put that information out. So it's a transparent process for a reason, but it's following the process can be frustrating. And I'm speaking candidly here. I appreciate that can be frustrating.
Yeah, and no one's more frustrated with process than me and other people that work in government, but we have process for reasons and we have to follow those processes, and we do have a duty of public safety and other considerations of the public, as do our partners. I have to listen to what RCMP say. I have to listen to what Ministry of Transportation says and other partners as we do these things. There's a comment in the chat about it. It's hard to say how 800 properties is big, but just remember at the same time, we are considering things like the volume of things moving to the wastewater treatment plant, which itself is just getting back on its feet. Remember, we talked about that. Organisms that are in there have to get back to levels that they can process that waste without things flowing through right into the lake. So again, there's a lot, it's like a teeter-totter. We're trying to achieve that balance and go as quick as we can. With what's happening tomorrow, combining what was originally 3 areas into one, 800 properties going to be moving back unless something changes. And I do also see comments in the chat about why not earlier, why not the night before, why don't you tell us? I think what we will try to do is to try to get to the place where it's earlier in the day. We can maybe do some of these soft openings so it's not after maybe people needed to tell their hotel if they're checking out or not stuff. Again, I can't make promises on that, but we're going to try because we're listening and we're trying to do this as best we can as we learn. We're building a rocket ship on the way to the moon here, and we're trying to at the same time pivot to things to be respectful of people and what they're asking for.
Yeah. People have been really respectful in the comments, and the odd person will make a comment. I learned from you. Don't take it personally. I get that. But I think what's really important to understand is that the bottom line, what's being said here, I'm going to paraphrase for you if I can, if you don't mind, is that there's a process to be followed for multiple reasons. And until that plan is enacted, when you say, oh, let's just have a loose plan, we'll tell people in general terms, what you're going to have is you're going to have people start moving into an area when it's not ready. You won't have traffic control in place. You won't have people there with re-entry kits. So respect the process. But what I want to say, and I want to move on
now.
Can
I say something about process before we move on?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Because another thing that we're going to try to do here is that playbook, if we want to call it that, in terms of all those things that we're considering and need to be right before we can let people back in, or at least mostly right, most of the way right. I'm going to try and get as much of that as we can get posted onto the actual website.
Yeah.
So people can review those criteria themselves. And I think when they start to do that, they'll think, okay, that's something interesting I hadn't thought of. That was certainly my reaction when I started to look through the whole list of considerations that we have to have before that we turn that key on. Everything has to be right. I think if people can see for themselves, I think it'll help people understand why this is taking sometimes longer than they hope for, but still quicker than I think we originally anticipated.
And I think that's the key. I know you've heard from elected officials, and you've heard from probably lots of different people who are telling you what their opinion is and what they think they should do. And I know the message when we spoke with Mayor Doug Holmes is get people back as soon as you can, as many people as you can. And you've been responding to that by, as you said, releasing a larger area. Bottom line is going to happen as quick as you can. Make it happen. Right. We'll have the information online for you. We'll have it here for you. This is an added part of what we're doing to make sure you get it right away. So here, Voyant Alert online, media will carry it as well. Let's move on to the temporary access passes. That process has involved hundreds and hundreds of different people for different reasons, a lot of agriculture producers and others going back to their property where it's safe. In some areas, when we're talking about Falder and Meadow Valley, where you've got, and even Garnet Valley, you've got power poles down, you've got some real dangers and a lot of issues that hadn't been cleared yet. I know Canada Task Force 1 was out there to clear some of those dangerous hazards that you might not see. Those areas where people haven't been able to get into their property, what can you say to those people? They're waiting, they want to know when can they go see what's happened out in an area that was really devastated by this wildfire?
Well, from the perspective of temporary access, I will first of all say we have done temporary access permits in a number of cases to both the Falder area, the Meadow Valley and Garnet areas. And some of them, frankly, we haven't been 100% comfortable with, but we did it anyways, because this is, again, under that pyramid of, at the top of the pyramid, the highest order is life and safety, including of livestock and animals and other things that people's livelihoods are caught up and need to get in there, need to secure and keep safe. And so we have done some of those areas as well. I could tell you today, there was 108 temporary access permits with people coming in and through. And from what I'm seeing moving through today, there's going to be a greater number tomorrow. And so and remember, these are new because a lot of people, they just needed to come in the one time to sort something out, to grab something, to turn something off, whatever the case may be. So we've really been moving hundreds of people in on temporary access. The checkpoint's working exceptionally well. And we're tweaking that all the time in terms of giving people, in some cases, different windows to keep traffic flow again and avoiding a big bulge and managing the numbers of people that are moving in and around the community as RCMP are trying to, at the same time, let's remember, keep an eye on the property of people who can't be there, to keep an eye on their own property.
Okay, I wanted to wrap it up, but is there anything else you wanted to add?
Well, let's keep working together. We learned a lot through the Trout Creek reentry, and we're applying that stuff to what happens tomorrow. And then let's learn from tomorrow and see what else we can do. There is going to continue to be a staged approach. As we get to areas that are more heavily impacted, there will be additional considerations, and including areas potentially around the landfill, depending on how that evolves as the days come. But understanding that at the end of the day, it's something that's a live issue, lots of moving parts, different areas of the community are being thought of differently because they've had different levels of impacts, and we just want to get everybody back home, as I know you want to get back home as well. So keep up the partnership, and we'll do our best.
And Canada Task Force 1, are they done? They're working.
Canada Task Force 1 wrapped up at around noon today, I understand. They have now completed all the rapid damage assessment information, which is being processed here. And that's going to give us a really good tool in terms of planning for reentry, but also recovery into the long term, and figuring out who we need to have personal phone calls with where there's been, in some cases, significant or total loss. And that's a whole separate parallel process that we're working through. And again, this is beyond Summerland. We're talking about other areas of the regional district, as this is a regional emergency operations center, and things are happening, driving further response as this fire is not in control. And the BC Wildfire Services is providing updates to that effect. So keep an eye on their site for that.
Thanks, Graham.
All right.
Appreciate your time.
You bet. Have a good one.
Thank you. Someone said the info officer needs a muzzle. That makes me want to turn the computer off right now and go home. But I won't, because I won't let that get to me. What I will do, though, is focus on the fact that we have the ability to have a live stream and share a lot of information with people in real time. And I'm going to wrap it up real quick and just head home and be with my family. So this is a reentry guide. This was created for Trail Creek East, and this guide will be available for the next communities, which for those of you who are frustrated and don't understand or appreciate the process, and also don't appreciate the fact that Graham has been incredibly candid. I think Graham, and I'm not trying to, do anything other than be honest, has been more candid than you've probably ever seen any senior leader in government be in a real-time situation. He came out of a briefing the other day, came directly in here, shared information. I was learning it real time, writing it down. It's confirmed information. And then the elected officials get a briefing after you get it, or they get it here live. I think that's pretty cool. But anyway, there's just a couple of final details I wanted to mention before we wrap up for the night. I wanted to remind you what our operational period looks like tomorrow. Stage reentry and any information on that will be made available as soon as possible. So the earliest possible time tomorrow. And that'll be through this platform here, the live stream, and also on the Voyant Alert system. If you haven't signed up for Voyant Alert, it's an important process, and you can get your updates on evacuation alerts or orders, and it'll also be on the websites, and you'll see the websites here in just a moment. I'll actually go back to that screen that has the QR codes and that type of thing on it. And then, yeah, you want to come back?
If I can.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Sorry.
No, not at all.
One thing I forgot to back, one thing I wanted to say that I forgot is that there's been a lot of questions about how long electricity was off.
Yes.
And that the electrical utility had that information. We've now procured that information from the electric utility, who, by the way, is out working extremely hard all over the community to restore power. So that was challenging, but we got that information. And so this is going to, as a starting point for the next chunk that we're working with, that's going to be clear in the packages, I understand, and the website. But I'm also asking that a dashboard kind of map for the community in terms of that power outage knowledge be produced. And so everybody, even though we don't necessarily have clarity as to what's going to go when, at least you'll know, okay, for my area, the power was off this long. What does that mean to me? And you can look at, what some of the information on the website is, do your own research and start the process about what that means for you.
Okay. I'm just getting
in trouble here.
No, I'm just getting tired of reading. I shouldn't read. I
don't read it.
No, I think I'm going to turn it off, because I know that all the 99% positive people understand the process. They listen. We say the earliest possible time. You haven't confirmed what time the partners involved in reentry are 100% ready to go.
Yeah. So
if you say a time, you're committing them to being ready for the safe return of hundreds and hundreds of people on the highway. And I'm gonna leave it there, Graham.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
So that's why that process. When someone asks a question and you answer the question and they don't get it, but I won't focus on that. So I'm gonna go back to where I was again. So with emergency support services, for those of you who are or your property's under an evacuation order right now, if it's downgraded, when it's downgraded to an evacuation alert, that means those emergency support services, the supports that you're getting, will then come to an end. So it's important to understand that. For those of you who will need to renew your services, you'll need to call. You don't have to go into the reception center at the Trade and Convention Center in Penticton, but you can call 1-800-387-4258. We pinned that in the chat, 1-800-337-4258. And that is the number for emergency support services. Lines are open from 7:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. And be aware, be prepared. If your property is right now on an evacuation alert, that means you do have to be prepared. If you are following this wildfire and you heard our update at 2 o'clock with Aaron from BC Wildfire Service, you'll know that this fire is still very much real. And in some of the outlying areas outside of Summerland itself, electoral area F in that region, moving almost, I believe, into electoral area H. I haven't looked at the map lately to see where the fire is exactly, but that's the domain of BC Wildfire Service. But anybody in those impacted areas, if you're under an alert, remember that means it's time to get your property prepared and look at what that might mean for your family. What could that mean? if all of a sudden your property is under an evacuation order. I think that's very important. And I just want to wrap up with just a moment. It won't be long now, and we won't be talking about when people will be part of a staged reentry. What we'll be talking about is, what does recovery look like for this community? What does this process for all of us, when a fire threatened and there was a death, as you know, a fatality, when a fire threatens a community, what do we do? Well, I can tell you what we do. The majority of people get together, they come together, they support each other, they respect the process of trying to make sure that everybody gets out safe. And from there, we make sure that everybody gets what they need. And as far as the supports they need, ESS wasn't perfect. Emergency support services, when you've got thousands of people and you're dealing with volunteers, isn't perfect. And it never will be, but it will get better and better and better. And if you're concerned at all, and I mean this with all due respect to anybody who had problems with it, there's your opportunity, when all of this sort of subsides, for you to volunteer, to get trained for the next emergency. I just spoke with Patty Otteson, and I hope she doesn't mind me mentioning her name. She's up there with a lot of people like Bonnie and Maureen and all these people who, year after year, I mean, they're retired, some of these people, year after year, they come out and this Patty just came here, and I'm so happy to see her. She's a retired person who volunteers, but really wants to spend more time with her family. She was called upon to come here today to get back in, help people out. And what did she say? She said yes. And she's not helping with ESS, she's helping with one of the other programs. So that's what I want to focus on. That's how we make things better. Not accusing and not complaining, but actually spending time being part of the solution. Have you got a solution? If your solution means do something outside of the process because it's better for you. But having said that, I appreciate and respect that there's real concern out there. I want to know when I'm going back into my house. What's going to happen to me? I want to focus right now on getting people back in their house as much as anybody, but I also am looking to those people who've lost homes and lost properties, and I know many of them. That's what I want to focus on too. Getting back to your house is important. You need some clarity. Absolutely. You've been given all the information that's available, following a process that means you don't have a mass influx of people, and security and everybody else, traffic control, they're not ready, RCMP. So follow the process, respect that everybody's doing everything they can to speed that up to get you in. But it makes me jump ahead to, how do we take care of the most vulnerable, the people who are really going to need our help? How do we do that? Well, we come together and we work together, and we deal with our frustration in a way that maybe comes up with some constructive, useful and helpful methods. But for me, I'm stepping out on the edge here. I've spent way too much time in here. I don't have to do this. I really don't. What I have to do is, my job is to get information out, working with a big team of people to do that. And they have put in so much time to say, let's make sure the website is updated right away. Let's workshop problems where people aren't finding the information. So they're putting in a lot of time. It's their job, but it's also their passion. So I want to end that on a high note, because I've really enjoyed getting the feedback from people where we can say, that's excellent, that's something useful. That's where we can make this process better, so people are happier and more comfortable, and they're supported and they're not frustrated, because people get frustrated when the system doesn't work, when it just doesn't work. And sometimes with ESS, there are challenges because of whatever reasons they are. And I saw volunteers get into action. I saw my fellow staffers here who stayed very late, again, hours and hours and hours away from their family, so they could make sure that people got into hotel rooms. That's what I saw. And I'm going to end with I'm going to throw a couple of names out there, because when I think of what we're dealing with right now, there are so many people who've helped and stood up and come up with solutions. And this morning on the radio, I heard friends of mine, Lisa and Christine, who have stepped up with Summerland Strong. And again, Summerland is a big region. When we talk about electoral area F and the folks in Falder and Meadow Valley and this entire region, Penticton, all of our neighbors, people like that step up because they do probably feel a little helpless. They're not in their homes. Their families are dispersed all over the place. And they say, well, what can we do to keep busy, which is part of it, but it's a very small part of it. Really what they're doing is saying, what can we do to support those people in need? What can we do to support our region? And not just support people's immediate needs, but support the region economically, because we all need to have economic prosperity. And, you know, from the hotel industry to everybody in tourism, and we've got wineries, breweries, cideries, distilleries, so many different people that need help. So those two people I mentioned, Lisa and Christine, have jumped in to say, let's create this thought that how do we support those people now? And then as we move forward, because there will be a lot of businesses and companies that are challenged, people even just having a job because maybe the business that they work at is struggling. So I want to leave that on a high note. And yesterday, I left you with some pictures that were provided to me by some young people. And it's heartwarming to see some of those things, you know. Anyway, as I do that, I'll say again that we'll be back again tomorrow. My goal is to get on the air here with our live stream by 8 o'clock. I'll be talking to CBC Radio at 7:50. And then at that point, I'm going to fire up the old live stream. We'll work through the day for another long day. But what we're really trying to focus on is winding down these long broadcasts where we just focus on the key times where people are going to need information so they know that they can tune in at 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock. So I'll commit to doing that tomorrow again. And then throughout the day, if anything changes or there's new information and I'm able to provide that, I will. I have absolutely appreciated all of the feedback. And I don't mean feedback about me. I don't want to hear about me. You're probably tired of hearing about me. I am the person who's committed to standing here to provide this information and make this work with all of the people here who are providing that information. I'm one person working with a lot of people. I've seen people working at a check stop, a private security operator with one of those many companies. Can you imagine sitting at a check stop for however many hours a day or into the night to make sure that people don't go into that area, don't go into the property? Meanwhile, you've got bears roaming around. So that's commitment. That's what it takes in an emergency, is people stepping up to do the unfun stuff. And this isn't, I wouldn't say this is fun. This might seem like it's fun. It's actually a lot of work and it's taking its toll on me. But I mean that in a good way. But I'm not going to stop doing this because somebody said a silly thing online or because I'm exhausted. But this is the kind of thing I'm talking about is, you know, we're just doing our job here. But the people who are out in the field, those volunteers I mentioned at ESS and those first responders, that's what we have to focus on in an emergency like this. What are they doing? Can you imagine being on the front lines of a wildfire? I don't even want to go outside because it's so smoky. Most people don't. There's people out there right now fighting that fire to make sure that they're going to keep people and the area safe. I've said too much. I'm going to wrap it up. My name's Eric, and I'm the host of the EOC updates at the Regional Emergency Operations Center. And it is my pleasure to be able to be entrusted with this task that I will continue as long as we need to so that you have information in real time. And I think what we did earlier with Graham is a great example of how we can do that. You could say I held him accountable. I asked him questions. He gave us the information. He told us about the process and said everything he could about what's going on. And we can't ask that much more from people or government. So I'm going to grab a picture. I'll be right back. All right, so we're back again tomorrow at 8. I'll leave you with that. And I'll ask you to have a safe night. Oops, take care of yourself. And yeah, relax. Watch something on TV or online or something. Thanks again.